I'm calling to order the Salem Housing Authority meeting of the City of Salem for Monday, November 24th, 2025. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Tigan?
Present.
Commissioner Matthews?
Here.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Present.
Commissioner Vang?
Here.
Commissioner Nordyke?
Here.
Commissioner Varney?
Here.
Resident Commissioner Villegas is absent. Chair Nishioka?
I'm here. Thank you. Will everyone please rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance? As we begin this meeting, I want to explain to everyone, some of you may not attend our meetings regularly. We're having the Salem Housing Authority meeting first, and then we will have an Urban Renewal Agency meeting, and then we will get to our council meeting. So you will see us gavel in and out of 2 other meetings before we're to our council meeting. So I'm just trying to have everybody understand where we are. Vice Chair, are there any additions or deletions for our Salem Housing Authority?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there anyone signed up for public on?
It doesn't appear so, but I haven't had a sign up yet.
It doesn't look like we have anyone signed up for public comment on Salem Housing Authority. So we are now to the consent calendar. And Vice Chair, may I have a motion?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Chair Gwynn and approved by Commissioner Matthews for the consent calendar. To your motion.
The consent calendar this evening consists of the October 27th draft Salem Housing Authority minutes. And that's all.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions? Recorder, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Nordyke?
Aye.
Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Commissioner Tigan?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Vang?
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas is absent. Chair Nishioka?
Aye. Thank you. We don't have any action items, resolutions, or public hearings, or special orders of business, so we are to information reports. And I see that Nicole Boots is coming to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Utes. I'm the Director of Salem Housing Authority. And tonight I just have a brief update. Wanted to make you all aware that the government shut down. We're back onto a continuing resolution, and we have guaranteed funding again through January. So we did submit out payments. We have over $3 million of landlord payments that went out in the previous month. We're anticipating holding pretty much at $3 million every month. We've trickled up from 2.7, 2.9, and now we're above the $3 million mark that we're sending out monthly to assist over 3,000 households. Those are households in our Section 8 program. That's not including the more than 2,000 households that we have in our owned or managed programs as well. So for a quick update, there's a couple of articles in our program management report that I wanted to highlight the work of the team, since we've really initiated our goal to be more efficient with processes and have an impact in our overall financial stability. Both successes showcase the professionalism, creativity, and heart of our Section 8 staff members. From improving the Section 8 inspection process, which went from barely meeting 30% inspections that were one-time passes to over 74% passing inspection rates. That's a huge increase, and that was the creativity of the staff that came up with a process to ensure that landlords were certifying that they were pre-inspected before our arrival. So a little bit of effort, some training with landlords. We've come a long way in a few months, and that increases our ability to get individuals into housing much faster instead of them waiting on a unit to be inspected. The other one is also just improving the overall access of affordable housing. The team really came together to get 60 more additional households in for their Good News GNL, what we call GNL appointments, Good News Letter appointments, to get that initial kickoff and get them through the door so that they can get housed in a much quicker manner. So through the creativity and innovation of the Section 8 team coming up with these processes, we've been able to house more, get inspections done quicker, and I just want to provide them with a great kudos for that. We did have 2 local agencies, businesses in the community provide us with turkeys for residents, and I can tell you that all of our senior sites, permanent supportive housing sites, will have full turkey dinners this season. We're incredibly grateful for the partnerships that we have in the community. All of the excess turkeys were called upon for our family self-sufficiency teams and families that may be in need of some additional food assistance over this holiday. So that's a very impactful, and we're excited to be able to hold these dinners. It brings and builds community for some of our most vulnerable population. Another highlight, we're almost fully staffed. We're only down 1 property manager, and it's a very exciting time for us to have all the additional help at the agency. A couple other things to note. We are noticing a trend in rents. Rent payment decreases for area codes 97317, 97304, and 97306. So for the first time, we're seeing rents kind of flatten and starting to decrease, but those are the 3 that we saw the most impact in. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of information. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Brown.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Director, good to see you as always, and thank you for that wonderful presentation. So you just mentioned there was an increase in rent. Can you share a little bit more about that? And the reason I'm asking is I would like to know, with that increase of rent, how many are senior citizens that are just kind of concerned that they could be just like 1 month away from being unsheltered?
Actually, those area zip codes were decreases in rent.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Good.
we're finally starting to see rents kind of flatten and decrease. We're seeing more rent incentives being offered, such as first month free rents. We're watching this very closely, as every dollar that goes out for each voucher is another voucher we can't get out there to help the next person. As many of you have seen, our total allotment of vouchers is 3,302. We're at max about what we can do at 3,048 households assisted. So, and that's due to the high rents in our area.
Got it. Thank you, Director. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your report. And that adjourns the Salem Housing Authority meeting.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for the City of Salem for Monday, November 24th, 2025. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Tigan.
Here.
Board Member Nishioka.
Here.
Board Member Matthews.
Here.
Board Member Gwynn.
Here.
Board Member Brown.
Present.
Board Member Vang.
Still here?
Board Member Nordyke.
Here.
Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Here. Member Nishioka, are there any additions or deletions tonight?
There are none.
And anyone signed up for public comment?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Then we're moving on to the consent calendar. Member Nishioka.
Yes, I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Gwynn. Counselor, to your motion.
Thank you. The the consent calendar consists of the October 27th, 2025 Urban Renewal Agency minutes, and that is all.
Thank you. Okay. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Brown?
Aye.
Board Member Vang?
Aye.
Board Member Nordijk?
Aye.
Board Member Varney?
Aye.
Board Member Tigan?
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka?
Aye.
Board Member Matthews?
Aye.
Board Member Gwynn?
Aye.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Aye. Moving on, we have no public hearings, no special orders of business. We have information reports. Item 6A, the purchases approved administratively for October 1st, 2025 through October 31st, 2025. Item 6B, Urban Renewal Agency Fiscal Year 2026 Quarter 1 Financial Report. And if there aren't any questions, that is all. All right, then, we are adjourned. This is revised, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I'd like to call to order this meeting of Salem City Council for Monday, November 24th, 2025. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Tigan?
Present.
Councilor Nishioka?
Here.
Councilor Matthews?
Here.
Councilor Gwynn?
Here.
Councilor Brown?
Present.
Councilor Vang?
Here.
Councilor Nordijk?
Here.
Councilor Varney?
Here.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Here. All right, before we begin the meeting this evening, I want to just offer a little input in terms of decorum in the space, because we have a lot of folks in attendance, and we also have a remote space in the Anderson room. So, first of all, thank you to everyone for coming this evening. I respect and appreciate your passion for the community and for your fellow residents. First, I want to inform everyone that the public hearing on the Salem tourism promotion areas has been canceled for this evening and will be rescheduled. For those of you in the audience tonight for that hearing, I apologize for that. However, we've learned that some lodging operators have not received notice of the hearing, and we want to ensure that everyone's voice is heard. It will be rescheduled for a future date once the notice has been provided. I know many of you are here tonight to talk about the federal immigration enforcement in Salem and our community. The fear, anger, and confusion caused by these actions is real and felt by all of us. This council, among each other and in stewardship of our community, has worked hard to build and foster trust and collaboration as we work toward our shared goals of ensuring Salem is a respectful, safe, healthy, and inclusive community. This meeting should be a safe space for everyone to express their opinion. We want to hear from everyone. To that end, I ask that everyone here tonight treat each other with respect, compassion, and grace, that we give everyone an equal opportunity to speak, that we not interrupt speakers by speaking over them or other outbursts like sign waving, which distract from the attention given to the speaker. Please be mindful of those around you. Please be considerate of others. If your sign is blocking view for another person, perhaps consider standing with your sign in the back. Please avoid excessive applause or cheering or expressions of dissatisfaction, which interrupts and distracts from other speakers and interferes with council's ability to listen well and conduct the meeting. Councilor Nishioka, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, we do. I move for approval of additions and deletions to the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Gwynn. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. We have an addition for the presentation on agenda item 4.B, and we have two deletions, agenda item 4.A and 7.2A, both on the tourism promotion area, and as the mayor said, they will be on a future council meeting.
Anyone
That's it.
have any thoughts, questions? Okay, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, we are now moving on to council and city manager comment. I'm going to take the opportunity to go first this evening. Good evening, everyone. I want to speak directly to our Hispanic immigrant community, to the families who are feeling fear and uncertainty at this time. In recent weeks, we've seen increased ICE activity in Salem. To be completely transparent, these are federal operations, not City of Salem operations. We do not control federal immigration policy, and we do not deploy federal agents. When our residents are worried, when parents fear taking their children to school, when workers wonder if they can safely report to work, we have a problem which needs to be acknowledged and addressed. Before we continue tonight, I want to recognize this moment we are living in and the difficulty it brings. We are living in a politically supercharged time, and too often civility disappears. Here in Salem, we can choose differently. We can raise concerns without tearing one another down. We can disagree without dehumanizing others. If real change is the goal, it begins with how we speak to one another, right here and right now. The federal government has its agenda. My agenda, as your mayor, is simple: to protect the honest, hardworking families who make this city run. And to our Hispanic community, hear me clearly: you are not alone. You are a vital part of this city. You help to build our businesses, strengthen our neighborhoods, and lift the heart of Salem. Nearly 1 in 4 Salem residents is Hispanic, and yet today, not one Hispanic person serves on this council. That must change. Here tonight, I'm inviting Hispanic leaders, professionals, and parents to join us. We need you at this table. We need your voice, and we need your leadership. Our Hispanic community deserves more than a seat in the audience. You deserve a seat in the process, shaping policy and guiding decisions. We are living in unprecedented times. Uncertainty in government is at an all-time high. The framework designed to protect us is being used against us. Fear is rampant. I can't keep you from reading into what I have to say, or from spinning it to fuel a narrative which suits politics or unkind outcomes. I will continue to provide a safe space for this council to do its work. I've said it since I came into my position on council, that what we do here should be about good governance for the sake of the people. Politics have no place. It seems small, but at a minimum, I suggested the city's website reflect a message of compassion and comfort for our residents experiencing difficulty when it comes to immigration status, and that any direction we can give in terms of helpful resources be listed there. As of this morning, this new information is up and live on the city website. The threat of ICE is a nightmare for residents, and fear is killing us. Please do everything in your power to be an agent for peace in the world around you. Wherever, whenever possible, be a safe place. Be the calm in the storm. Be rooted and grounded in peace. Bring comfort to your neighbors. Console them with passion, compassion, and love. Let me be clear about what the city can and cannot do. We cannot rewrite federal law. The Supremacy Clause is constitutional. Federal law will always supersede state and municipal laws and ordinances. We need immigration reform, and I'm calling upon our congressional leaders to get about it. Stop name-calling and infighting and do the work which actually serves the people. Bring comfort through positive action and bipartisan progress. Our capabilities in all of this, as a city government, are very limited, and real help can't come soon enough. I encourage all concerned to show up with your congressional leaders. I hope you are all expressing this in a way and in the rooms which can effect change and move the needle. I cannot provide the services I want to. We can and will, as a city, do everything within our legal authority to support and protect innocent, hardworking immigrant families. We will keep city services safe, accessible, and welcoming. We will ensure families can safely, securely report crimes, seek help, and access resources without fear. We will continue working with community leaders to keep Salem a place where families can breathe, work, and raise their children without intimidation. Tonight, I want you to hear my heart. You are part of us. You belong here, and Salem is your home. The city grows stronger when we stand with our immigrant families, when we open doors for new leaders, and when we face fear, not with silence, but with leadership. I will continue standing with you. I will also continue fighting for a clean, safe, and healthy Salem where every family can live with dignity and hope. And I look forward to further discussion on this topic later in the evening under item 5A. Anyone else? Councilor Nordyke?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it, and thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. So, first of all, thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you saying those words. I think it is important to hear them and have them be said. So, I have other comments that I do want to make. I'd like to remind folks that there are immigrants in my family, too, and because of the color of their skin, it doesn't matter the fact that they're already citizens. What matters is that they could get yanked off the street. And that can happen at any time to any person, whether it's here in Salem or anywhere around the country. So I know that ICE is intentionally creating an atmosphere of fear, and that is undermining trust, it is breaking up families, and is absolutely damaging the social fabric of our city. I worry about how this will impact every aspect of city government. I often start, however, by thinking about our kids and our schools. I worry that if you are constantly afraid that your parent might disappear or that your child might disappear, that will have a lasting impact on that child's mental health and their cognitive development. Racism is a public health epidemic. And there's no doubt, out of all the immigrants that are coming to the United States, we know which immigrants are being targeted. And it is not our white-appearing immigrants at all. And there's a lot of science that shows that, frankly, what ICE is doing will impact our students' ability to focus in the classroom, that will contribute to absenteeism, that will lead to disengagement and heightened emotional stress and potential long-term damage to their health. We also know that because of ICE, some people won't feel comfortable reporting a crime, and that worries me too. You've heard it from our police chief several times. We do not work with ICE, full stop. We do not share our cameras with ICE, full stop. We do not assist them with their traffic stops or whatever it is they're doing when they're breaking people's windows. We do not. But I know that merely saying the words is not going to be enough to build trust with everybody in this room and the folks who don't even feel safe being here. I'm sure many folks in the audience tonight know someone who doesn't feel safe even being here because it's a public space. This is a public space. We could not stop ICE from entering this room. So you need to be aware of that. And to that end, I really encourage you all to know what your rights are. And I think that's something that every city can help be a part of. We may not be able to rewrite federal immigration laws, but we can share information on what your rights are under Oregon law. And I want to encourage you that if you are a victim of crime or you witness a crime, we still want you to report to Salem Police without fear. Your immigration status will not be questioned by our officers. And I'm really deeply disturbed by the notion of federal agents misrepresenting themselves as police officers to gain access to homes, vehicles, and go places they otherwise should not be. So if you do encounter individuals claiming to be law enforcement, you should verify their identity first. Ask what agency they represent and request their identification. Every Salem police officer has a badge number. You can ask for that information. You can ask to see a warrant. Federal agents need a warrant signed by a judge before they can enter your home. Do not open your door if you're not certain who it is. You can also, and you should, document this encounter. Record names, badge numbers, and vehicle information if it is safe to do so. And if you want to report any suspected law enforcement impersonation, you can call the Salem Police Department's non-emergency line, 503-588-6123. And we also have an online reporting portal. And then beyond that, many of you here today are familiar with red cards. I would encourage everyone to get to know those cards. They are available in English and Spanish. And to also familiarize yourself with the the Portland Immigrant Rights Coalition hotline, which is 888-622-1510. And we also have, as you know, on top of Salem sanctuary law, you have Oregon sanctuary law. And so you can make reports to the Oregon Department of Justice Sanctuary Promise Hotline. And that is available in English and Spanish. I'm speaking in English right now, but for those of your friends who do not speak English, please let them know all of our meetings are available in Spanish. And that is, believe it or not, a relatively new thing at the City of Salem. Only a few years ago, we did not make Spanish translations available for these meetings. We also have closed captioning available too for those who are hard of hearing. But if Spanish or English or even closed captioning is not enough to convey the message to people who speak other languages, please let any of your city councilors know. Talk to your representative on council, and we can arrange to have materials translated, because this is your city, as well as mine, as well as everybody's here. So I'm really looking forward to your testimony tonight. This is your night, and I'm looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I will share my comments later and throughout the evening in regards to why so many of us are here tonight. I do want to say thank you for taking the time to be in this space. But this past weekend, in regards to Ward 5, the Highland and Grant community, we spent some time walking the streets in our Salem Peace Walks. And so I do want to just give some kudos to Ms. Aline Coleman and, of course, Chair Ryan Kulas in regards to just walking through the city, and not only walking through the city in unison, but we're also picking up trash, right? We're picking up trash. And how many of us know we got a lot of trash in Salem? Yes, we do. We got a lot. And so I do want to share with my fellow colleagues up here that, that we are definitely trying to pick things up and make things better. And in Ward 5, we will have some more opportunities to where we can not only walk the street together, but we'll be doing some more pickup and cleaning throughout Ward 5. And so we spent some time doing that. This is a combination of the good counselor from Ward 1, Councilor Tigan, and Ward 5, just working together just to make sure that we keep our communities clean. So, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, and I also want to say that I am very glad that I am bringing the motion forward that you have on the agenda at 5A. And I hope that we will hear some great discussion tonight about this. In the meantime, I also want to state that Councilor Brown and Councilor Matthews and I attended the Thrive Salem Refugees program on Thursday evening. A wonderful, wonderful organization, and I was so glad to help support that program. And we had a very nice time eating some really good desserts. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Vang?
Thank you, Mayor. With all of the chaos and fear and uncertainty out in our community, I wanted to highlight something good that's going on. And I want to share with everybody that this time of year is a time that we spend with our friends, our family, and acknowledge the colonial history that is tied with our Indigenous people for Thanksgiving. This time of year is also a time that hits close to home. It is also our Hmong New Year. And Hmong New Year is a celebration that celebrates this year's harvest, give thanks and appreciation to our ancestors who have watched over us this year, and welcome good fortune into the new year. And so Hmong New Year is not tied to a specific day. It's actually tied to a specific time. It is celebrated with each Hmong community from mid-October to the end of December. So it's a pretty long period, but each community celebrates it differently. But there's always a big celebration that happens to allow the community to come together and have a shared experience. And so this year, it was an honor to be invited to be a speaker at our Oregon Hmong New Year. And so I wanted to highlight this good thing in our community and wish everybody a happy Hmong New Year. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, yes, go ahead. City Manager Nunbury.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good to see all of you here tonight. I want to share the city's approach as federal immigration activities are occurring in Salem and the surrounding community. We know there is anxiety and uncertainty right now, and the city stands with everyone who feels concerned, fearful, or grieving. The city of Salem values fairness and inclusion. Everyone should be treated with compassion and respect, regardless of national origin or citizenship status. We as a city are committed to protecting dignity, fairness, and the rule of law. Salem supports and complies with Oregon's Sanctuary Promise Law and does not enforce federal immigration law, nor do we assist federal agencies in enforcement. The city prohibits the use of city funds, personnel, or equipment for immigration enforcement. Salem City Council policy supports the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Law and declares that Salem is an inclusive city that embraces, celebrates, and welcomes its immigrant and refugee residents and their contribution to the collective prosperity of the community. So our top priority remains public safety and maintaining trust with all of you and all of our residents. So following the mayor's suggestion, we did create a web page with resources for those impacted. There is guidance and support to help individuals and families navigate these challenging times. The web page did go live this morning, and we'll continue to add more resources as they become available to us. There is also in tonight's agenda, there is also information report, 6E, that provides city policy and practices regarding federal immigration enforcement. I encourage the community and each of you to read the information report as it contains valuable information. We, and I understand this, these are difficult and uncertain times for many of us in our community, and we want every resident to know that the city cares deeply about your safety, dignity, and well-being. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, we are moving on to proclamations. We have two this evening. Our first will be for Epilepsy Awareness Month. Evelyn Bross, would you please come forward with Gretchen Bennett? Check. Is this up? Yep. Okay. Thank you for being here. Okay. Okay. Whereas Epilepsy Awareness Month is a nationwide effort to raise awareness about the epilepsies, seizures, side effects, as well as to improve the lives of people affected by epilepsy through education, advocacy, research, and connection. And whereas epilepsy is defined by a tendency to experience seizures, multiple types of seizures, including sudden, abnormal bursts of electrical activity in the brain that can disrupt behavior. It can also be difficult to differentiate between drug overdoses and epileptic seizures, an important distinction in emergency situations. And whereas epilepsy can also lead to challenges such as fatigue, memory difficulties, mood changes, anxiety, and trouble concentrating, all of which can significantly impact daily life. And whereas while many treatments are approved to treat seizures, 30 to 40% of people with epilepsy still live with uncontrolled seizures. Epilepsy-related medical costs associated with uncontrolled epilepsy are 2 to 10 times higher than those of controlled epilepsy. And whereas, despite these challenges, people with epilepsy can live happy, healthy, and productive lives with proper medical care and treatment. And whereas we must increase public knowledge about the epilepsies and seizure first aid to change the way people think about epilepsies, to decrease stigma and improve outcomes. And now, therefore, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim November 2025 as Epilepsy Awareness Month and encourage residents to seek out free educational resources that are available through the Epilepsy Foundation of Oregon, as well as to take action together so no one faces epilepsy alone. Dated this 24th day of November 2025. Do you want me to hold something? Okay.
Good evening, citizens. Thank you for the proclamation for Epilepsy Awareness Month for November. Epilepsy Foundation has an online class to learn first aid treatment for epileptics having a seizure. Please take time to learn the first aid for epileptics having a seizure. An epileptic having a seizure is a simile to a drug overdose. Do not give Narcan to an epileptic having a seizure. Narcan can take the epileptic medication out of the epileptic person. This could cause more harm than good. I will give you 2 of many examples you should know when you encounter an epileptic having a seizure. The first one is have them on their side. They never should be on their back. The other information you should know is when an epileptic comes out of a seizure, it's like coming out of a coma. They usually say, "Where am I?" or "What happened?" Knowing what to do and not do when you encounter an epileptic having a seizure could be life-saving. There are millions of epileptics in the U.S. right now.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Would you mind taking it? Our second proclamation is for Small Business Saturday. I'd like to invite Ted Ferry, President of the Chamber of Commerce, Angela Williams, President-elect, along with CEO Tom Hoffert, and Derek Gilbert of the Salem Main Street Association Board. And that's a fine suit, sir.
throw it too much. Whereas, according to the U.S. Small Business Administration, there are more than 36 million small businesses across the United States, employing nearly half of all private sector workers and creating roughly 90% of new jobs between March 2023 and March 2024. Whereas studies show that most Americans believe small businesses make a positive difference in their communities, in Salem, every dollar spent locally helps strengthen our economy here, as well as support families and keep our city thriving. And whereas Salem's small business owners, along with those around the country, continue to meet challenges head-on, from inflation and supply chain issues to rising costs, while adapting through creativity, innovation, and an ever stronger connection with their customers. And whereas Salem's small businesses are the heart of our community, the shops, restaurants, and services that bring life to our neighborhoods, create local jobs, and make our city unique. And whereas the Saturday after Thanksgiving has become a national and local tradition known as Small Business Saturday, encouraging people to shop small and support the business that always support us. And now, therefore, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim November 29th, 2025 as Small Business Saturday and encourage everyone in our community to join in celebrating and supporting Salem's small businesses, the backbone of our local economy and the heart of our shared community spirit. Dated this 24th of November, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And the reason for the bright red suit, so my name is Derek Gilbert. I'm proud to represent the Salem Main Street Association, which believes if we can keep the core of downtown Salem strong, the rest will thrive. So we are doing a parade, our 4th annual one, coming up this Friday to kick off Small Business Saturday. We intentionally call it the Holiday Traditions Parade to invite traditions from everywhere. So please come on down for the parade on Friday, and then please come shop at small businesses throughout the town on Saturday. Thank you.
And on behalf of the Salem Chamber, Angela and Tom, and the 1,100 businesses or so, and 50,000, almost 50,000 employees employed by the chamber members. I want to thank the mayor and the council. Thank you so much for this, just acknowledging, the hard work the small businesses do. Thank you for attending so many different meetings that we have and just the interactions that we've been able to have with you. But I wanted to share just a little story. How many of you have a kid that is involved in youth sports? How many of you have kids? How many of you were a kid that maybe was a little bit less fortunate to be able to afford a ball cap or a shirt? I was one of those kids in grade school. And there was a season where the first ball cap I got was from a small business owner that sponsored my team. And those are important things to remember because that's who I get to be now. I sponsor more programs than I think I know what to do with. But it's just an honor as a small business owner to show love, joy, peace, and patience in a community like this. So thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being a part of us. And as he said, come on downtown, go to the restaurants, and support small businesses. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And parking's free on Saturday downtown, right? Parking's free on Saturday. I didn't just make that up. That's a real thing.
Coming back in.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I am Marilyn Daly Blair, and I'm the director at Center 50 Plus. And we have been asked to share a video this evening, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on this. Center 50 Plus, as you know, we talk about our volunteers a lot. They are our backbone. We could not exist. But, you know, I'm talking to a whole panel in front of me of volunteers, so you know what charges people into signing up to be volunteers. It's things that they're passionate about. Well, one of the key 7 dimensions of wellness at Center 50 Plus includes something called living life with passion and finding purpose. And thanks to the generosity of a local grant as well as a business community, some business community members, we were funded to kick off and launch an initiative to promote volunteerism. And it's not just about keeping seniors busy, as sometimes we think that's what volunteerism about. And it's actually not just about filling jobs that maybe at Center 50 Plus need to be done. It's bigger than that. It's helping people connect to something that it means something to them individually, and it taps into their time and their talents so they can give back to their community. This year's initiative is called #MyGiveBackYears. And the reason we chose that is because we are encouraging the community to take care of one another, to take care of their neighbors, and to make their community great. And that isn't just for older adults. That's for people of all ages. So this year's campaign is My Give Back Years. So no matter what age you are, you can find purpose and give back to your community.
My doctor says I need to exercise. She says it's good for my heart. And then she told me volunteering is great for your heart.
At Center 50 Plus, we know the biggest barrier to volunteering isn't time. It's the little voice that says, I don't think I'm needed. You might think, I can't keep up with those young people. Or, my health isn't what it used to be.
I thought my skills weren't relevant anymore, but it turns out they're exactly what is needed.
Yeah, you know, my neighbors, my friends, my age, you know, they just sit around. All they talk about is things that they can't do. I take some of my work home and show them and talk about the senior center and what we can do. It's not what we can't do, it's what we can do.
Age doesn't divide us here, it connects us. The wisdom of years meets the energy of youth.
These are our give back years. Our experience matters, and the truth is, giving back just might help you more.
If this were your last day, what would your legacy be? How will you be remembered? You have potential, you have a purpose, and you are absolutely needed.
Thank you, Marilyn Daly. You do such a beautiful job. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move on to public comment. Before we do, I just want to state a few guidelines for a refresher for folks, or if you haven't given public comment before. Public comment is your opportunity to communicate your message directly to City Council. Council cannot engage in dialogue or question and answer with speakers, and we will direct appropriate staff to speak with you to get your questions answered. Each speaker has 3 minutes. In order to ensure that everyone has equal opportunity to speak and that Council can address every item on tonight's agenda, we require you limit your comments to 3 minutes and promptly conclude those comments when your time is up. If for any reason you are unable to complete your testimony within the allotted time, please be advised that testimony is always welcome in writing via email citycouncil@cityofsalem.net or mail to 440 Church Street. In addition, we do have, in council rules, we need to conduct public hearings before 7:30. So we will have to take a pause to public comment in order to get that work done at around 7:15, and then we'll come back to public comment, just so you're aware of that ahead of time. Right. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call first to the podium, and be sure to push that green button so we can hear your voice. Katie Dobler and Karen Bolliger. And please state your name, your address, or your ward for the record.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy and City Council. My name is Katie Dobler. While I work for Salem Health as our Vice President of the Medical Group, I'm pleased to address you today on behalf of the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission as we embark on an important initiative, the update of the Center 50 Plus Draft Strategic Operations Plan. This update is not just a routine task, it is a vital step in ensuring that our services remain relevant and effective for our senior community. The updated strategic goals will be presented to you in fall 2026, and we are committed to a thorough and inclusive planning process. The Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission, along with our dedicated staff and volunteers, which you just saw, has consistently worked to implement action plans, adapt programming, and expand partnerships to fulfill our strategic goals. Given the recent passing of the Community Services Operating Levy and the evolving needs of our community, it is timely to reassess these goals. Since its inception in 2000, the Center 50 Plus has effectively implemented the City Council-approved Strategic Operations Plan. Our annual reports reflect the strategic goals and accomplishments achieved, with the last significant update occurring in 2007. The Senior Center Strategic Operations Plan Vision 2020 established key goals such as stability and vitality, collaboration, cutting-edge programming, and senior leadership. The rationale for our Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission's leadership in this planning process is strong. Our commission boasts established expertise with a long history of successfully guiding strategic initiatives that address community needs. We have diverse representations from healthcare, community services, and senior advocacy, ensuring a well-rounded perspective in our planning. Moreover, we are committed to community engagement. We will host conversations and focus groups to gather input from a diverse range of stakeholders, including seniors, agency partners, and the business community. Our innovative approaches will include focus groups, community forums, interviews, and surveys, both online and manual, to ensure comprehensive feedback. In conclusion, the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission is well positioned to oversee the strategic operations planning process. Our commitment to community engagement and innovative approaches will ensure that the updated strategic operations plan effectively addresses the needs of our senior community and aligns with the City Council's vision for the future. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your support as we embark on this important journey together.
Thank you, Katie. Karen Bolliger and Melinda Yost.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy, City Council. My name is Karen Bolliger, and I live in Ward 1, but Center 50 Plus is in Ward 5. I am president of the Friends Board at Center 50 Plus, and there are about 12 of us who are on the board. And Friends is the fundraising arm of the center. So the two main events that we are in charge of are the Cup of Joe, held in February or March, and I know several of you came, but not a quorum, and the Boot, Scoot, and Brew, which is held in September at Riverfront Park. Both of these events are very, very successful, and thank goodness they get larger every year, and so we're happy to see that. Center 50 Plus has another board, SCAC, the Senior Center Advisory Commission, and there are also about 12 people, including myself. So this year, SCAC is spearheading, as you just heard, a large and important project, the writing, approving, and implementing of a strategic plan. The center will be 50 years old in 2026, and it's exciting to think about where we were when where we are going, and the number of seniors we can reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Melinda Yost and Kaylee
I'm here to speak about the resolution that needs to be supported by the council. I have a prepared statement here. We the people demand that all our leaders, from the president on down to city councilors, truly represent all the people, no matter their color. Or, anyway, okay. We will not stand for any leaders who just stand by and turn their heads and pretend like it's not happening. We require our leaders to stand up and speak out for those people that they represent, if they truly represent them. We will not stand by and let our neighbors be hauled away by ICE agents because they speak the wrong language or are the wrong color. It disturbs me greatly that my country has descended into this fascism. And we will not tolerate leaders who do not stand up. We will require our leaders to grow a spine and stand up and say something, because that is more like the regime of Augusto Pinochet and Adolf Hitler than it is the US of A. If you do not stand up and speak up about this, you will be out on your ass at the next election, because the people will not stand for a leader that does not represent them.
Thank you for your testimony. Kaylee Tolento and Giovanni Tolentino. I apologize.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kaylee Tolentino, and I am from Ward 8. I am up here today because ICE is a threat to our community. They kidnap our people from their homes, masked and armed, quick to turn to violence to hurt innocent people. There have been at least 30 kidnappings in Woodburn, 26 in Salem, and hundreds in the Portland metro area, taking them solely on the basis that they look suspicious, look different, or simply look the type. Hillsborough City Council, Washington City Council, Woodburn City Council has rightfully declared a state of emergency over ICE raids and detentions, taking them in the middle of the night, leaving broken glass behind. We need to make Salem the strongest sanctuary city in the state. Require all school campuses within the city of Salem to issue explicit sanctuary campus policies. Students deserve to feel safe in the place they are learning, not worrying about being stripped of their rights and torn away from home. Require all buildings regulated and owned by the city of Salem to deny their facilities to ICE under strict financial and criminal penalties. Require the Salem Police Department to arrest ICE agents conducting illegal raids or detentions. The purpose of the police is to enforce the law. ICE agents are regularly breaking federal and state law with their warrantless raids, lack of identification, and racial profiling. Demand the police to do their job. The primary oath of both local officers and federal agents is to the Constitution. Invest in immigrants, not ICE. The city of Salem must end all contracts with ICE and companies that contract with ICE effective immediately. We demand that the City Council establish a legal defense fund for immigrants kidnapped by ICE. ICE is not some untouchable regime. It was created in 2003. Countless people in this very room are older than that. Numerous ICE kidnappings have been reversed thanks to the work of our friends at Centro, Luz, and other PERC partners. Choosing to stay silent when innocent people are hurt is compliance. You are actively helping ICE if you choose to do nothing and let them continue on their lawless attacks. Thank you.
Hey, Giovanni Tolentino and Sandra H. And please remember to state your name and your address or your ward for the record.
My name is Giovanni Tolentino, and I am a resident of Ward 3. Good evening, neighbors. I grew up in the city of Salem and was raised by its schools. I am a proud alumnus of Lee Elementary and Sprague High School. As a student, I grew up haunted by stories of deportation. Abuelos, tíos, y primos. Graduating as a first-generation Chicano was a victory because it was plagued by anxiety over whether I would get to celebrate it with my parents. Today, I give back that education as a proud language arts teacher de Español in the Hillsborough School District. And right now, my communities are being pillaged by ICE. This is an emergency, and Salem workers demand that this council join the cities of Woodburn and Hillsborough in declaring it such. I am a proud dues-paying member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Our local chapter has launched a platform called Salem Workers Deserve More that approaches 200 signatures from workers across the city. We call on this Do-Nothing Council to require sanctuary campuses from all schools in Salem, require all buildings in Salem to deny entry to ICE, and require Salem PD to do their jobs and arrest ICE agents breaking the law. We are also inspired by the work of our friends in Luz and Centro to protect immigrant families and fight the regime. We uplift their demands to the City Council as well. As I canvassed for Salem Workers Deserve More over the weekend, I met with immigrant street vendors and business owners and heard their stories. Ms. Hoy, Nordyke, and Nishioka are proud of their statements earlier this meeting, and I'm here to speak for our immigrant families who cannot. These statements are a slap in the face to my family who has been terrorized by ICE my entire life. These statements are a slap in the face to my students who are afraid to come to school because of Trump's terrorist organization, and these statements are a slap in the face to the immigrants I talked to over the weekend. These paisanos and campesinos do not want statements. They are ready to abolish ICE and to organize into civil disobedience in the tradition of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. if this council continues to demonstrate cowardice. These families are also electrified by Zohran Mamdani, New York City, and America's new mayor. I am proud to share the same organization as a Muslim immigrant socialist. Our families don't just want freedom from ICE, they want freedom from want. Salem workers demand social housing for all, fast and free buses, and taxes on the rich. We demand that this council not just fight Trump, but also fight what comes after. Because when ICE comes into our town, what do we do? When ICE comes into our town, what do? Viva el pueblo de Salem. Thank you very much.
Sandra H. and Debbie Martinez.
I reside in Ward 5, and I'm here representing Latinos Unidos Siempre, an organization that has worked with thousands of working-class young people in Salem since 1996, with the majority being migrant youth and children of migrants. Through this organization, I have had the honor to work closely with youth. I hear their stories, their struggles, and work with the families to address systemic barriers and challenges. The farm workers who put their labor, blood, sweat, and tears all year long so that everyone here can eat comfy during the winter holidays. The workers who are caring for elderly, the workers packing food at the canneries, the workers building the homes we all live in. Those are the parents that we represent. And these are the community members being terrorized by ICE in our city, a city where at least 20% of residents have direct ties to the migrant community. Latinos Unidos Siempre is here to firmly demand that the City Council implement a local safe and welcoming city resolution that we submitted that will not only strengthen the commitment to uphold the Oregon sanctuary status, but also secure it locally. We demand that the city declare a state of emergency because we are experiencing a humanitarian crisis, a crisis where families and young people can't attend work, school, or get their groceries because mass fascists with guns may kidnap them, with the possibility of losing their lives or never returning to their home. We demand an immediate investment of the public taxes that all of our families contribute through their underpaid labor, where at least $200,000 should be set aside every fiscal year to support individuals impacted by detentions. We understand that the federal government has made significant cuts that are hurting all people. In that case, I do have a solution for you. Tax corporations like Amazon, which operate two of its largest facilities in Oregon, one of them being in Salem, another one in Woodburn. Unlike the exploited workers being terrorized by ICE who do pay taxes, these corporations have the power to exploit workers with ICE to provide surveillance and make profit from the persecution of migrants, while they skip on taxes. We also demand that the City Council stand up to Marin County by advocating that the county drop the lawsuit that challenges Oregon sanctuary status. In this summer, we saw a line of police proudly standing in this room who positioned themselves as heroes that protect our community. But when the police are asked to enforce criminal and traffic laws violated by masked men who kidnap our families, they watch. Some of them may even enjoy it. So we demand that the Salem City Police Department make a clear commitment to uphold the law and never sign into a 287G program, regardless of how the Oregon sanctuary law stands.
Debbie Martinez and Brian Reed. My name is Debbie. I'm the Executive Director of Centro de Servicios para Campesinos. I am here today in support of the demands from Latinos Unidos Siempre, and I am here on behalf of all the families who live and work in your city, Salem, the families who come to us because they no longer know who else to turn to. In the last few weeks, our community has been living through something I can only describe as a nightmare. One that does not end when you wake up because it follows you in your kitchen, your kids' bedrooms, your workplace, the grocery store, and the moment you step outside in your front door. People are not calling us with simple questions. They are calling us crying, shaking, unable to find the words to describe the fear sitting in their chest. They are asking us things that no child, no mother, no human being should ever ask. Why did they take my dad? Why were the officers masked? Why didn't they show a warrant? If they're really ICE, why are they ramming cars and smashing windows? Why does my family member not get due process? Why is the police just standing there? Are they working with them? These are not stories from far away. These are happening right here on the streets where you drive every day, outside the homes of your neighborhoods, your constituents. To the families who love this city, who contribute to it, who trusted that Salem was a place where they could raise their children without being hunted. Every day I sit with people whose lives have been torn apart in seconds. I hear kids' voices cracking when they say, I don't want to go to school because what if they take my mom next? I talk to parents who are afraid to go to work because they think they might never come home again. Nobody should live like this, not here and not anywhere. And that is why today, with all the urgency and all the heartbreaking our community carries, I'm asking you to adopt the full set of demands brought forward by Latinos Unidos Siempre. Declare a state of emergency in Salem. What is happening is not normal. It is not okay. Our community is traumatized and they need the city to acknowledge that what we are living through is a crisis. Pass a strengthened local sanctuary resolution, one that protects the Sanctuary Promise Act instead of undermining it. Create an emergency response fund so families torn apart by these detentions and by federal cuts have something to survive on while they rebuild their lives. Every council member here must publicly urge Marin County to drop its lawsuit against the Sanctuary Promise Act. That lawsuit is not abstract. It is a direct attack on the families you represent. We also need a clear public commitment that Salem police will never sign a 287G agreement with federal immigration agencies. Our community must know that local police will never be used as a tool to destroy their families. Require ICE agents to identify themselves and hold them accountable when they break the law, when they ram into cars, when they break windows, and when they target people without cause. If our families have to obey the law, so should the agencies that traumatize them. And finally, release a full public record on the surveillance systems used by Salem Police and any data sharing with federal agencies.
Ms.
Our
Martinez.
community deserves the truth. No more secrets, no more silence.
Thank you. Brian Reed and Jonas Cervantes.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, members of Salem City Council. I appreciate your time. First off, I wanted to say I think this is beyond politics at this point. I think this is about morals, straight up. I mean, it's not about right or left anymore. This is about morals and a moral compass and where you stand as a human being. I first want to say that my name is Brian, of course. I'm a Ward 5, and I'm a proud educator, a state board director of one of the largest education associations in Oregon. Well, I'm a little emotional. These other speakers, they got me all choked up. As a resident of Salem, but today I'm speaking to you as an individual, okay? And as a proud resident of Salem. First, I want to ask if there is a mistake. And I noticed that I was hearing a lot about this resolution, and it was brought in yesterday, and I didn't see it on here for safe and welcoming cities. So I know you can't answer. I'm just going to say if that was a mistake or not. I didn't see it in there. I believe it was titled, safe and welcoming. Okay, anywho, I stand before you today to voice my strong opposition to immigration and customs, also known as ICE. ICE's actions are a violation of our nation's Constitution, okay, basic human rights, the unlawful abduction and kidnapping of students off the streets, and separation of Oregonians from their families without due process is absolutely appalling and uncalled for, and it must stop now. ICE has time and time again has acted in ways that undermine the values and justice and compassion and human dignity that our city was built on. Okay? Many community members, including longstanding residents and asylum seekers alike, have been targeted and racially profiled and detained and deported based solely on the color of their skin. That's a fact. Okay? This is not McCarthy. We're not in the 60s anymore, or the 50s. This is 2025. Why am I even here? This is gross. So, Salem is a city built on diversity, inclusion, and respect for all individuals. We must stand against policies and practices that promote fear and hate. It is our moral duty to protect all residents, regardless of their immigration status, and to promote a community where everyone feels safe, valued, and protected. I urge the council to take a firm stance against ICE activities within our city, declare a state of emergency, and let us be a sanctuary city that upholds justice, human rights, and the dignity for all people, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, Jonas, please go ahead and offer your testimony, and after we're going to have to pause for the public hearing. So, thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Good evening to everyone. Firstly, I want to mention that there was a resolution submitted by Luz for safe and welcoming city that doesn't seem to have made it onto the agenda. My name is Jonas, and I live on State Street east of Cordon Road. I'm here today to speak on the presence of ICE in Salem and their illegal, unconstitutional, and cruel arrests of our neighbors. ICE has been abducting people without providing a warrant or declaring who they are. This isn't law enforcement, this is terrorism. And if this doesn't get addressed soon, it will become ethnic cleansing. So what do we do? If I might make some suggestions, the city can host a Know Your Rights event. I know there are other organizations that have already done these, but it would mean a lot if the city put their weight behind these workshops. 2, allocate money towards a legal fund for Salemites facing deportation. 3, City Council can not only publicly and loudly condemn these so-called arrests, but also declare a state of emergency in Salem. And 4, City Council should lobby the county, state legislature, and our congressional delegation for stronger laws that limits ICE's enforcement powers. A special note about Salem's relationship to Marion County. The Hayesville and Four Corners neighborhoods, which are some of our most densely Hispanic neighborhoods and, although considered part of Salem, are unincorporated. This means that Marion County holds jurisdiction in these areas, the same county whose commissioners salivated at the chance to collaborate with Trump's goons and are currently pursuing a lawsuit that will weaken Oregon's sanctuary status. Salem should demand, along with other cities in Marion County, such as Woodburn, that Commissioners Kevin Cameron, Danielle Bethel, and Colm Willis drop their lawsuit. At your last work session, y'all spoke about how you want Salem to be an example of leadership and creative solutions. Now is your moment. The fascist threat is not on our doorstep. It is inside our homes.
All right, we're going to move to a public hearing for item 4A. Councilor Nishioka?
Are we going to do the consent calendar first?
Yes, let's do it. Thank you so much.
So I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second. Motion and a second by Gwynn. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. The consent calendar consists of the minutes from the November 10th, 2025 council minutes, and from the November 17th council work session minutes. Action items include a request authorization for the city manager to sign updated Mento Island Conservation Area Land Management Plan 2025 through 2035. Amendment of the ground lease with Hangar 2 LLC for property located at the Salem-Willamette Airport. 3.3C, recommended reappointments for the Citizens Advisory Traffic Commission, the Community Police Review Board, Downtown Advisory Board, Salem Planning Commission, and Salem Public Art Commission. And that completes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions on any of that? No? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Norday?
Aye.
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Moving on now to the public hearing for item 4B.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing regarding establishing new solid waste collection rates and charges. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation followed by testimony from interested persons. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ryan Zink. I'm the Franchise Administrator for the City of Salem. During this public hearing, I will be presenting the solid waste rate proposal effective January 1st, 2026 and January 1st, 2027. Before we get started, I just want to go through a brief timeline of what led up to this evening. In May, the Mid-Valley Haulers Association requested rate increases for 2026 and 2027 and provided their consolidated financial reports. In June, staff engaged our solid waste consultant who reviewed the haulers' financial reports and made recommendations for adjustments. In July, the Solid Waste Committee reviewed the initial rate request. In August, September, and October, the committee considered those recommendations from the consultant and from staff on adjustments to the requested rates and discussed service level changes. That led up to a Solid Waste Committee meeting on November 13th, at which time the committee approved a motion to recommend that City Council adopt the solid waste rates effective January 1st of 2026 and January 1st of 2027, as described in Resolution 2025-28. In Oregon, cities have the primary responsibility for planning for solid waste management. Additionally, we find that legislative intent is that a city or county may displace competition with a system of regulated collection service by issuing franchises, which may be exclusive if service areas are allocated. This is why each of our 6 haulers in Salem have exclusive franchises to provide service within a designated service area. The city's code charges City Council with the responsibility of setting rates by service or by zone. Salem has two zones, the Marion County Zone and the Polk County Zone, with rates determined separately for each. And finally, City Council shall consider certain factors when setting those rates, including a reasonable operating margin. The objective of the review process is to establish rates that balance the cost of service to the customer with a sufficient operating margin to maintain operations. Return on revenue is a pre-tax margin of profit used to determine if this balance is being met. Factors including current and projected revenues, allowable expenses, and equipment costs are used to calculate a sufficient and reasonable operating margin. In alignment with City Council Policy C25, rates are adjusted to maintain a pre-tax return on revenue between 8 and 12%, targeting 10%. Rates are also set with the intent of not giving preference to or subsidizing one customer class over another. Salem maintains a practice of calculating and applying the cost of service to each line of service. The goal is to establish rates that are just, reasonable, and adequate. The adjustment factors used for projecting the cost of service include general inflation, fuel, labor, medical insurance, and disposal. General inflation continues to decline following a high of 8.2% in 2022 and is forecasted to move towards the long-term average of 2.5%. Fuel prices have remained relatively stable, decreasing slightly in 2025. Labor and medical insurance costs reflect collective bargaining agreements, and due to the statewide implementation of the Recycling Modernization Act, overall disposal costs over the 3-year period is almost flat. However, when we look at the breakout of the various disposal types, we'll see a very different picture. The disposal fee set for Marion County remains flat at $87.45 per ton, although county staff recommended an increase which has not yet been approved. The disposal fee at Coffin Butte, the landfill where garbage from Polk County is taken, increased $9 per ton, or 20.5% in 2025, and is expected to increase an additional $10 per year over the next 2 years. Mixed organics, which include yard debris and food waste, increased $7.25 per ton in 2025, and is expected to increase an additional $5 per year in the next 2 years. Finally, with the implementation of the Recycling Modernization Act, this is the good news side of the story, on July 1st of 2025, the disposal fee for commingled recycling was essentially eliminated. The effect of this is an over 50% reduction in the annual cost during 2025. The $8.99 per ton in 2026 allows for some transportation and handling costs, while in 2027, the disposal cost is projected to be fully eliminated. City Council is tasked with considering a reasonable operating margin when setting solid waste rates. The operating margin is determined by calculating the pre-tax return on revenue. It's important to note that even though we target a 10% return, it is not guaranteed. The citywide combined return in 2025 is projected to be 11.5%, helped primarily by the reduced recycling disposal fee. Without any changes to rates, the return for that combined 2026 and 2027 margin is projected to be 10.2% and 8.3%, respectively. Again, while the combined view shows a healthy return for both 2027 or through 2027, a further breakdown of each line of business within Salem Marion and Salem Polk shows a need for increases for the haulers in West Salem, particularly in the cart and container lines of business. These decreasing margins reflect the increasing cost of garbage disposal in Polk County. Based on the factors presented, in the Marion County zone, no rate increases are recommended. In the Polk County zone, an increase of 3.7% for roll cart services, 9.1% for container services, and 0.7% for drop box services is recommended, effective January 1st of 2026. And effective January 1st of 2027, an increase of 4.6% in roll cart, 5.6% in container, and 3.2% for drop box services is recommended. This slide shows the impact of the proposed increases on cart services in the Polk County zone. For example, the 35-gallon service would increase $2.40 on each bi-monthly bill in 2026. That equates to about $14.40 each year or annually. In 2027, the same 35-gallon service would increase an additional $3 on each bi-monthly bill or $18 a year. For the other lines of business in Polk County, the 2-yard container, if collected once weekly, would see an increase of $11.95 monthly in 2026 and $8.05 in 2027. The 20-yard drop box service would increase $1.80 per pickup in 2026 and $8.25 in 2027. Now, you'll notice on the bottom of this slide, there's an asterisk that says the cost of disposal is billed separately based on actual tonnage. And that is the topic of the next slide. First of all, delivery. So the initial drop box rate increased. Initial drop box rate increase, calculated to be almost 18% when we first looked at this. But upon further analysis, 2 issues were discovered, causing an imbalance in the cost structure of these rates. Again, specifically for the drop box service in Polk County. The first being that the drop box delivery fee of $47.65 did not represent the true cost of delivery. Instead, a delivery fee of $75 more closely aligns with the actual cost. And then, as pointed out on the previous slide, the adopted rate for drop boxes in Polk County do not include the cost of disposal. Unlike in Marion County, the rate that is adopted includes that cost of disposal. Instead, disposal is charged to the customer afterwards as a pass-through expense. The problem is that this pass-through expense has no markup included or applied to it to account for the franchise fee, the corporate activity tax, or the targeted margin of 10%, which are all factors considered when evaluating the cost of service. To correct this, staff is recommending the approval of a markup of 17.57% on the disposal cost before being passed through to the customer. This results in a total increase in 2026 for Dropbox service that is similar to the original request, but aligns Polk County with the Marion County Dropbox cost of service methodology and helps to stabilize future rate adjustments. Lastly, in response to customer requests, haulers and staff are recommending adding 95-gallon residential cart service to the available services in Salem. This would allow many customers who currently have 2 garbage carts to reduce that down to one 95-gallon cart. On average, this would save those customers around $10 a month. Additional benefits would be increased efficiency on routes by reducing the number of lifts, and this aligns Salem services with other jurisdictions. As an example, each of Salem's comparable cities all offer 95-gallon residential service. The dots on this map represent residential customers in Salem that have more than 1 garbage cart. Most of these customers have either a 65-gallon with an additional 35-gallon cart, or they have 2 65-gallon carts. So 871 residential accounts in total have more than 1 garbage cart. At a minimum, the 175 customers who currently have a 65 and an additional 35-gallon cart would be able to save on their monthly bill. With the implementation of the Recycling Modernization Act, I'm confident that as customers find that as they can recycle more, the need for more capacity in their garbage will decline, and hopefully some of those with 2 65-gallon carts will also be able to move down to a 95-gallon cart, saving money as well. The proposed rate for the Marion County, the proposed rate in Marion County for the 95-gallon service would be $56.40, and then $47.20 in Polk County. And finally, this slide restates the proposed rate adjustments and services that we've discussed this evening. Staff recommends that Council adopt Resolution 2025-28, establishing new solid waste rates and charges, and rescind Resolution 2023-31 as amended. And I'm happy to answer any questions following the public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We don't have anyone signed up for public testimony. Does anyone here have any questions? Councilor Vang?
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. When you were discussing the 95-gallon residential cart service, did you mention other jurisdictions who have, who are they and how many? I think I missed that part in your presentation.
So we have a kind of a designated list of what we call comparable cities. And so those include City of Springfield, Medford, Eugene, Corvallis, Wilsonville, Beaverton, Hillsborough, Silverton, and Gresham. And we looked at other cities even outside of that comparable list. Pretty much almost every single city within the Willamette Valley and many of the counties all offer a 95-gallon residential curbside service.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilor Tigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Zink, thank you as always. I'd like to go back to the impact of the Recycling Modernization Act.
Sure.
So you showed that there's a decrease in the cost per customer for commingled recycling, but the cost of recycling didn't go away. So who's paying it?
Sure. I'll try to make my answer short. So long story short, there's a legislative bill that was passed that created what's called a producer responsible, it moves the responsibility or portion of the responsibility of recycling onto producers and not just the end customer. So us, the residents who are trying to do our best as we're recycling. Ultimately, what's happening is that anyone who produces a certain type of recycling material, they pay into a nonprofit organization so through those fees then help to improve our recycling system. And then those fees and that improvement are what's paying for the actual disposal cost of recycling.
Okay, so in theory, the people who are creating the packaging material, the bottles, the yogurt containers, the whatever, they're the ones who are now paying to recycle that material.
That is correct.
But they also have the ability to charge their customers more for their product, right?
Yes.
So the money's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, likely we're seeing a very small, minute increase in the cost of those products in the store.
Okay. I guess I'm surprised, maybe you can tell me if there was a conversation about the burden shifting or the cost shifting. So we see that the cost to have recycling taken from our curbs is going down, but I guess there's not a rise in prices this year for Marion County, but we're not seeing any benefit in the actual price that we're paying for garbage removal and recycling removal. The prices are just continuing to go up, and we're probably also paying a little bit more for the containers. So I'm confused, like, where does the average person see a benefit? Is that a policy question? Like, am I putting you in a hot seat? Like,
Nope.
We need to have that conversation, but I'm just like curious how this played out.
Sure.
As the rates
I can certainly go in more depth offline if you like, but very briefly, so two things I'd like to point out. One, if it weren't for the reduction in the cost of disposal, the Marion County side, Marion County zone would have seen an increase in the overall cost of disposal. So that decrease in disposal of recycling is offsetting other increases that, so again, like labor, and some of the other items in there, so it helped offset the cost of those and allowed us to maintain a flat rate for the next couple of years. Other benefit we're seeing is that there are more items that are recyclable or on that recyclable list that people can put into their commingled recycling cart. Ultimate benefit is, one, they're throwing less away, and then hopefully, as was discussed with the 95-gallon, people may be able to reduce the size of their garbage cart, whether it be they're currently on a 35 like our family is, we might be able to reduce it to a 20-gallon. If we're on a 65, we might be able to reduce it to a 35, even if I don't have two carts. It might maybe then from that aspect be able to save money on their monthly garbage bill.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a follow-up? Okay, so and for the sake of the public, I'm not on the solid waste committee, so chances are you probably all talked about this in that August to November timeline, and I apologize on behalf of your good work. So is it considered a best practice if what we're really trying to do is reduce the amount of garbage that people are producing, because that's really, in my mind, the number one way to address things like emissions from garbage and things like that. Is it best practice to give people bigger containers, or is it best practice to make them pay more for smaller containers if that would actually reduce the amount of garbage that they produce? And I don't know the answer to the question. It's not a trick question. I just wonder which one is actually better for reducing garbage.
So I don't know that there's changing the rate or the size of available carts necessarily impacts the amount of trash that people produce. The thing that I am cautious about in those conversations is not creating contamination within the recycling that is collected. So for instance, if we make the garbage cart so expensive that people don't want to or can't pay for it, can't afford that, they may end up putting that trash in the recycle cart. And then the recycling that is collected can't be recycled, and it becomes trash anyway. So the methodology, or I guess I won't say policy, but the stance that we've taken is that we provide people with the size of cart that they need, and then let's talk about how to reduce waste, how to provide other options. So like their organics, things that maybe the kitchen scraps, help people understand that those don't have to go in your trash. They can go in your mixed organics cart. So providing other options to reduce the amount of garbage capacity that they need.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilor Tigan, and we might need to sign you up for the Solid Waste Committee. Yeah. Councilor Matthews, go ahead.
Is there an implementation cost for bringing on the 95-gallon containers that we're going to face?
An implementation cost. Yeah. The only thing that from a customer might see is there is a cart exchange fee. This basically is the cost to for the haulers to do the exchange and then clean the old cart. So it's $22.
Okay, but there's no cost for us with. I mean, I get the hauler franchise aspect, but there's no cost for actually purchasing the 95-gallon.
No, they have 95 gallons anyway.
So we're just basically signing into a product they already offer.
For instance, outside of the city of Salem, both in Polk County and Marion County, they offer 95-gallon service. So they have those carts already. They may need to purchase more, but that's just part of the cost of doing business. Cost of doing business.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr. Zink, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Having the luxury of being on the committee, we can ask 100 questions, and usually I do. But for the folks that are here and the folks that are home watching, can you share with us how we're going to educate the community about the changes?
Thank you.
Yes.
A number of things. One, people should have already received something in their bill from the haulers that outlines what items are recyclable, what they can add to that commingled cart. We are also working with our haulers and then through our own city's public information team to have posts on Facebook or other social media. We're partnering with Marion County as well to produce a lot of that information. It will likely be people receive information in different ways, and so we're working to try to touch all those areas, but it's not going to be a quick process. But I've been out to, I think, now 3 neighborhood association meetings and providing the same information there. A lot of different touch places that we're trying to get that information out.
Mm-hmm. Follow up. And Mr. Zink, so I appreciate that, reaching out to the neighborhood associations, and obviously the NAs, they reach a certain group of folks, right? Mm-hmm. Because everyone doesn't, maybe there's live in a home, folks live in apartments. And so when you think about this change and trying to educate folks, and you said it yourself a few moments ago that some people will probably end up putting their waste products into recycling. And so the recycling bin in itself turns into trash. How do we basically work through that disconnect so we can make sure that we educate all of our community members on how to make sure that it goes into the trash rather than recycle? How are we going to do that?
Sure. So one aspect of the Recycling Modernization Act is contamination reduction. And so as part of the funding that the city and other local governments receive is up to $3 per capita, specifically to provide that outreach and education for contamination reduction. Through Marion County, there's an advisory board called the Materials Management Advisory Council. Myself and the Solid Waste Committee Chair both sit on that council, and we are currently discussing with them and the rest of the members on there what are the best ways, or how are we going to approach that communication and education outreach. And if I can just briefly a little bit more, so the Department of Environmental Quality has already laid out kind of a roadmap for cities and counties to follow, and with a little bit of a choose your path, choose your own way, and so. But there's a whole list of pre-approved methods for providing that outreach and education, and so we're currently going through that process of selecting how we're going to be doing that. It's going to look like possibly some mailers, door hangers, hangers on the carts themselves. So there's a feedback loop to when the haulers, when they're going around, if they see something that is a contamination, they can provide that feedback loop to customers. And then also, what happens when you have someone who continues to have contamination? What are the choices? What do we do at that point? So all of those things are currently being worked through.
Thank you, Mr. Zink. Madam Mayor.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Mr. Zink, excellent presentation, and I am one of the lucky ones that gets to serve on the Solid Waste Committee. Thank you for the good questions. We spoke at length, meeting after meeting, regarding implementing the 95-gallon cart, trying to evaluate the best way to help the customers that needed more or larger containers because they were utilizing 2. So we were trying to find a way to save them money, but still have a mechanism that they probably will have to reduce a little bit of their trash, and also hope that they begin the clear recycling program so that they will utilize that and reduce the amount of materials putting in the trash going into the appropriate bin, which is the recycling bin. And it will take a lot of time and education. And quite honestly, I think that by doing it as we're kind of like moving through this slowly, because it is not easy to just say, hey, here's the change, because a lot of people make mistakes in recycling, and that affects the overall contamination. And the big goal that we're trying to work through with the Remodernization Act is to stop that contamination. So I think that we have come to some pretty good opportunities and solutions, and I hope that our customers will take advantage of the larger container and reduce the number that they have, reduce their bill. And we still have the overall goal of encouraging reduction of trash, encouraging more recycling and green waste, because that is what is also needed. So thank you again for all of that. And I will be, I'm in favor of this.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Mr. Zink. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Varney.
Sorry, just kind of last minute. Thank you, Mr. Zink, for the presentation. And I've appreciated, because I'm on the Solid Waste Committee too, all the discussions we've had, and we've just looked at all kinds of things. For instance, some families need to have a larger container because maybe they have kids, maybe they have seniors at home, and they just end up with more trash or diapers or whatever. And we wanted to make sure that we weren't singling any particular groups out. And so that was part of the reasoning behind it. In terms of the Recycling Modernization Act, I'm really excited about the fact that the manufacturers are paying some fees that are not only paying for recycling, but also the education programs. And it's going to be expanded to multifamily in terms of recycling. And then lastly, I just wanted to encourage those that want to continue to reduce the waste that they're producing and their costs. We do offer a 20-gallon every other week as well. So that's just something, if you don't create much waste, there's another way to reduce. Thank you.
Anything further? All right, thank you, Mr. Zink. Go ahead with the motion, please.
Yes, I move to adopt a resolution 2025-28 establishing new solid waste collection rates and charges, rescinding resolution number 2023-31 as amended by resolution 2025-1.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Gwen. Varney? Varney. Thank you. Okay, anything further to the motion?
Yes, I'll just go ahead and add again, thank you for the other statements you made, Councilor Varney. The Solid Waste Committee is really doing a lot of great work, and we are really reviewing what the community needs and yet trying to encourage recycling and green waste so that we can reduce the cost of our solid waste for our community and what it costs to take it to landfills. So I think that if everybody takes a look at their garbage bills, they might be able to figure out ways to save a little bit. And this brings Polk County up to where they actually need to be and is much closer to what is in Marion County. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilor Tigan.
Thank you. Just to council, just as part of the deliberation on this one, what are listed as slides 7 and 8, talking about the pre-tax return on revenue and also the anticipated rate of return for our haulers for 2025, 2026, and 2027. First off, I really want to acknowledge that, again, not being on the committee, not really knowing all the ins and outs of what goes into determining, what the rate of return is on a year-by-year basis, but also from the haulers themselves to whether they proposed no rate increases in Marion County or we asked for that. I think we know as a community that our month-by-month costs are going up. Like, that's just the reality of the situation right now. And so this is one of the places where, as a city, we determine what the bill looks like on a month-by-month basis. So it's not a decision I think we should take lightly. I don't love that in Marion County there's going to be almost a 12% rate of return for our haulers and 11% next year. But I recognize on slide 7 it really shows there's some up years and there's some down years. Like, we don't hit 10% every year. So I just want folks to, I don't know, I just want to share that rate of return really matters. I'm glad that we're not going to see a rate increase. I imagine what it would take to see a rate decrease if our haulers are consistently making more than the 10% cap or the 10% target. But if there's other folks on the committee who participated in those conversations of the deliberation, I'd be happy to hear it. But otherwise, I just want to acknowledge that we're holding the line, at least in Marion County, and appreciating that.
Any other comment or questions? Councilor Varney.
It's my understanding that rates may go up later in Marion County. There just hasn't, coming from the commissioners, that hasn't been decided yet. I just wanted to let you know that. And in terms of the costs to the haulers, et cetera, I mean, just like the city, they're seeing increased costs for medical insurance, for labor, for fuel, and the disposal costs at Coffin Butte keep going up. And so those are the reasons that this has to keep increasing. It's not just because they're taking in a 12% or whatever it is. It's so that they can have that level between, well, closer to 10. It kind of fluctuates between 8 and 12. Thanks.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Yes, we'll add the fact that we don't know yet, but Marion County is going to, they've already stated that they're going to increase the tipping fees, so we will see some. So there's a lot of factors that come into this. It's not just the haulers, it's the county and other factors. Again, as Mr. Zink said, it's how much fuel it costs, the weight of everything, and getting it to the landfill and all of those costs. So it adds up. Trash is not cheap.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Matthews.
Okay, so I might just be totally thinking about this incorrectly, but because Councilor Taggart had mentioned them, I looked at slide 8 and slide 9, and if I'm looking at 8 on 26, I see like a projected Polk County, this is prior to any rate increases, I see a projected Polk County, I guess, profit of 6.3%, but then in the post rate increase, it looks like it drops to 4.6%, which wouldn't make sense for the increase. And so am I looking at that wrong? Am I just completely misreading that?
I apologize back there. I couldn't quite hear
Okay.
what you're saying. Do you mind repeating that briefly, that question?
So slide 8 looks to me like it's a projection of if there were no rate increases. Is that correct? I'll let you get to slide 8. No, this one right here.
Page 4.
Oh, sorry.
8. There we go. So slide 8 is what is projected to be the cost increases for those different factors.
Okay, so this is not the actual profit off of those. This is not, it's the cost increase.
I apologize, 1 second. Yes, let me back up. So yes, slide 8 is for each of those lines of business, Marion County on the top, Polk County on the bottom. That is for each of those lines of business what the projected return on revenue would be. Yes, I apologize, yes.
Okay, so with that being the return, if I'm looking there at the Polk County on 26, it says it would be 6.3%. And this is prior to any rate increases. But if I go to the next slide, which is the one that's supposed to be with the proposed rate increases, that drops from 6.3% down to 4.6%, which wouldn't mathematically be possible if we were increasing the rate. And I may just be reading this wrong.
Yeah,
so.
I think he's looking at percentage rates versus the haulers' percentage. I think that you're getting those confused.
Okay, so those are correct.
So Ryan, do you have what the Polk County haulers percentage, anticipated percentage with the, with the 8 to 12%? Do you have anything on what that percentage will be for Polk County with the increase?
So we always target 10%. And so the increase should get us back up to 10%.
Any other questions? Thank you again, Mr. Zink. I think we're good. If nothing further, are you going to read the motion again, Councilor Nishioka?
I'd be happy to read it again if you'd like. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-28, establishing new solid waste collection rates and charges, and rescinding resolution number 2023-31 as amended by resolution 2025-1.
Thank you. And if nothing further, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councillor Brown?
Aye.
Councillor Vang?
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councillor Varney?
Aye.
Councillor Tigan?
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councillor Matthews?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes. And I'll close the public hearing, and we are going to adjourn for a 5-minute break. We'll be back.
Accept anonymous testimony,
We're going to come back to public testimony.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Excuse me,
we want to restart the meeting.
Start calling us.
All right. Could we have Ashley Cervantes? and I believe it's Mad Sank. Please announce your name and your address or your ward for the record.
I'm Ashley Cervantes, Salem, unincorporated, east of Gordon Road. Good evening, Salem City Council and community members. I'm here today to emphasize the urgent matter many of us are speaking on today. There is a terrorist organization wreaking havoc here in our community under the guise of immigration and customs enforcement. I am, of course, speaking about ICE. They are not here to make our community safer. They are here to terrorize and rip apart our community, our neighbors, our friends, our families. Not a day goes by where I am not afraid for my own family. Will I come home from work to an empty house, not knowing that my husband and toddler were swept up in a raid? These thugs do not care about immigration status or due process. They don't care about human rights or compassion. And now that they have been empowered by the Supreme Court to racially profile, their pursuit of terror and uncertainty are stronger than ever. They are not targeting criminals. They are not working with us to make our community safer. They are raiding our streets to instill fear in us all with the hopes that we will give in and allow them to ethnically cleanse our own city. We must show them we will not allow them to break us. We will fight to protect the most vulnerable among us because those are a part of who we are and what makes our community beautiful. We must declare a state of emergency in order to stop the terror that is plaguing our city. City council members must demand that Marion County drop the federal and state lawsuit that challenges the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. We must stand together because we are better together, all of us. I would also like to note that the Capitol Football Club is in the unincorporated area I live in. If ICE were to raid that area, there would be nothing we could do, and Salem City Council needs to be painfully aware of this and work to incorporate these vulnerable and unrepresented areas of Salem. Thank you.
Mad Sank and Alex S.
Hi, I'm M, Ward 5. Picture this. You're driving to work and you're stopped by a civilian car with police lights and expired Arizona plates. The people who approach your car are wearing masks and police vests, but don't have matching uniforms and don't look like local police. They're heavily armed, so you comply out of fear. They don't answer any of your questions, but demand you get out of your car. When you say you'll get out, if they tell you who they are, they smash your window and pull you out. By how they handle you, it's obvious they aren't properly trained. Finally, you're asked if you're in this country legally. You say yes and pull out your driver's license. They ask if you have a birth certificate or a passport, but you don't carry those things with you. Next thing you know, you're cuffed in the back of a Jeep Cherokee, confused because you know you don't have to carry proof of citizenship, and afraid because you know what's happening to you is illegal. You aren't even able to verify if these are government agents or not. You know that by definition, you've just been kidnapped. This is our home, and this is happening to our neighbors. People are scared to leave their homes or send their kids to school. Being in this country undocumented is a civil offense, no worse than running a stop sign. We all know this isn't about preventing crime if illegal means are used to combat much milder offenses. This is about racism and cruelty. This is not just a federal issue, and this is not out of our hands. If Salem is truly an anti-racist city, we have to walk the walk. We need to declare a state of emergency because we have criminal invaders coming into our communities and kidnapping our neighbors. Their families need resources now. We also need our police, who are supposed to protect and serve us, to be prohibited to assist ICE and to hold federal agents accountable who are breaking the law, not look the other way. Council members have tried to placate us by saying this is unnecessary because we're a sanctuary state. But you know where those limitations lie. If you actually believe in Oregon's sanctuary promise, you won't have any issue committing Salem to it as well. I support the resolution from Latinos Unidos Siempre. I urge all of you to do the same. Look how many of us are here. Take a stand, because we will pay attention to who doesn't care to protect our communities when it really matters. And when the time comes, believe me, we will fight to remove you. Thank you.
Alex S. and Sir MG.
Hello, my name is Alex. I reside in Ward 5. I'm here today because our city is living through a crisis, a real one that many of you have ignored, minimalized, or has chosen not to acknowledge. And if you still don't know what's happening in your own neighborhoods, then shame on you. Your silence and actions are not neutral. They are part of the reason why families continue to be pushed apart. Over the few past weeks, our communities have been hit violently and attacked at every angle. This is not fear-mongering. This is a daily reality of many folks. Homes have been invaded, families left shattered, the entire blocks living through uncertainty and trauma. People no longer feel safe walking their own streets or sending their kids to school. Agents have smashed windows, left vehicles abandoned, and many in the middle of the road, and they've pointed also guns at children, and I say children. People have been thrown out of their cars in broad daylight, surrounded, handcuffed, and taken while their neighbors help and watch helplessly. And this is not safety, this is violence. And it's happening under your guys' watch. In just a few past weeks, 3 citizens have been taken into ICE custody. 2 of them, which were minors, grabbed during their lunch period, and treated like criminals. If that doesn't alarm you, then you are the problem. We are no longer asking, what if this happens here? We are now asking, who will be next? Which student, which parent, which worker on the way to work to provide for their families? Families are living in fears that keep them awake at night. Kids are starting to wake up their mornings wondering whether their families will be home when they get home. Workers are being hunted down on the way to their jobs that keep the city functioning. People are being taken from their very streets and communities that they helped build and sustain for decades. And yet, too many of you sit in these seats acting like the crisis is invisible. We are here to tell you that it's happening, and it's happening now. It's happening while people who are here in Salem and people who are working very hard and people who sustain this economy and also everything else. The people who also are making sure that you all, and the reason why you all have food and fancy dinners for Thanksgiving this upcoming week also. We need leaders to stand for their community, not hide behind excuses, statements, or silence. We're here for action, accountability, protections for families who are suffering every single day. Because our people deserve to feel safe, our students deserve sustainability, our community deserves a city council that confronts the harm that is in front of them also. And the last thing I will have to say also is chinga la migra, and also, aquí estamos y no nos vamos.
I believe it's Sir MG. And I think it's it's either Chips or Chris MG.
My name is Sir. I live in Ward 6, and I am a student in Salem Kaiser School District. I want to share the reality that many students like me are living with every single day. I have seen and heard the fear my peers carry. Fears about immigration enforcement, fear about whether ICE will show up in our neighborhoods, and fear about whether our families will still be together when we get home from school. These when and ifs are not abstract ideas to us. They are conversations happening in school hallways, in classrooms, and on the bus ride home. This fear affects how we learn. It affects how we show up to class. It affects whether some students even feel safe enough to come at all. When young people are worried about losing their families, it becomes nearly impossible to focus on our education. We are expected to study, take tests, and plan for our futures while living under the constant pressure of uncertainty. We are living in a crisis, one that impacts our mental health, our academic performances, and our sense of belonging. In this community, students should never have to choose between their safety and their education. Families should not have to live with constant fear of being torn apart. I'm asking the City Council to recognize the seriousness of this issue and take action to ensure that all members of our community, regardless of their background or immigration status, feel protected, valued, and supported. We need policies and partnerships that prioritize safety. Schools and neighborhoods are places where families will not be targeted. We must ensure that our community's needs are being met. Students cannot thrive when they are living in fear. Families cannot contribute to the communities if they are worried about being separated. Our demands: declare state of emergency in City of Salem. Pass local sanctuary status resolutions that strengthen sanctuary promise acts locally. Pass emergency response funds or for families impacted by deportation and federal cuts. City council members must demand that Marion County drop federal and state lawsuits that challenge the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. Our demands: boycott and tax. Amazon. Amazon has two of its largest warehouses in Salem and Woodburn. Despite of this, Amazon does not contribute to our public resources. By skipping out on taxes, violates workers' rights, and works with ICE to provide advanced surveillance and manage the personal data used to prosecute migrants. It is time that this billionaire company is held accountable. Tell the City of Salem to stop working for the billionaires. We, the migrant working class, make the economy run, but billionaires control it.
I believe is it Chers or I can't quite make out your handwriting. Last name MG and Leilani V.
Is this on? Oh, okay. My name is Christopher, and I reside in Ward 6. I'm here today to talk about the urgent crisis immigrant families in our community are facing. As you've heard from many voices today, our communities are being left broken, devastated, and uncertain about their safety. Families who have lived here for years, who work here, go to school here, and contribute to the city every day are now wake up unsure if they will be allowed to remain in the place they call home. Immigrant families are under incredible pressure, many of their homes and livelihoods disrupted. Some are struggling to pay rent and basic expenses because of stress, instability, and unexpected disruptions caused by immigrant enforcement actions. Many people fear being detained or separated from their families. It's become nearly impossible for them to maintain steady work, meet their financial responsibilities, or simply feel safe in their own neighborhoods. At the same time, our streets are becoming more dangerous for immigrant communities. People have experienced being harassed, followed, and threatened. There are incidents of individuals breaking car windows, pulling people from their vehicles, and targeting those they believe are undocumented. These acts of intimidation are creating terror that prevent people from going to work, taking their kids to school, or leaving their homes. As members of the council, you have a responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of all residents, regardless of immigration status. No family should live in fear. No child should wonder if their parents are going to be taken from them. No community should be left to face violence, harassment, or instability without support from their city. I'm demanding you take this issue seriously and act with urgency. We need clear protections for immigrant communities, stronger communications from city leaders, and commitment to ensuring that no one is targeted or left vulnerable because of where they were born.
Leilani V. and Cynthia R.
reside in Ward 6, and I'm here today to express my full support for the demands brought forward by Latinos Unidos Siempre. These demands are necessary for safety, dignity, and well-being of our community. Right now, families in Salem and all over are living in fear. Minors are being taken away, parents are disappearing on their way to work, and these are kidnaps happening on a day-to-day basis. We need to name them as such. They are happening on our watch in our city to the very people who keep Salem and Oregon running every single day. Our state sanctuary law exists to protect immigrant families from being targeted, profiled, and terrorized, and Salem must uphold that commitment fully. A sanctuary state means nothing if our local institutions fail to protect the people who live here. The community knows. We see who shows up for us and who stays silent. We see who is protecting families and who is protecting their own image. I am asking this council to stand firmly with Luz and take immediate action, like adopting all the demands presented by Latinos Unidos Siempre without delay and without watering them down. Their demands come directly from impacted youth, families, and organizers who know what is happening on the ground. Publicly reaffirm Salem's commitment to Oregon's sanctuary laws and ensure that all city departments are fully trained, compliant, and held accountable so that no agency collaborates with ICE or participates in the targeting of immigrant families, and that includes on their off schedule. Declare a local state of emergency in response to the ongoing detentions and disappearances impacting our communities. Establish an emergency community protection fund immediately, a fund that provides legal support, financial assistance, housing and stability, resources, and emergency aid for families who have lost a parent, guardian, or breadwinner due to these detentions. Or should I say kidnaps, because that's what they are. Boycott and tax Amazon and Walmart, two big corporations that profit from immigrant labor while remaining silent about them, in some cases complicit in them. The harm being done to the very workers who sustain their massive warehouses in Salem and Woodburn. If they benefit from our people, they must be held accountable to our people. These are our loved ones, our neighbors, our classmates, our coworkers. No family should have ever go through this, never in their life. No child should be wondering if their parent will come home tonight or not. You all as city councils have the power to protect our community. You have the responsibility to act boldly, urgently, and apologetically. I urge you to listen to the community, uplift the demands of Latinos Unidos Siempre, and commit to the real protections for our immigrant families.
And was your name Leilani? Is that Leilani? Okay, so Cynthia is next. Cynthia R, and then Leo MG.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia, and I live in Ward 5, and I am here on behalf of PECUN, Pineros y Campesinos Unidos del Noroeste. Over the past several weeks, our immigrant and farm worker families have been living in fear. Increased immigration enforcement in and around Salem has led to families changing their daily routines, parents are afraid to take their children to school, and workers skipping shifts in the very industries that keep this region running. Farm workers are the backbone of our local economy. They harvest our food, care for our nurseries, keep supply chains alive, and support Salem's growth season after season. They are essential workers, people who showed up during wildfires, heat waves, and a pandemic. And today, many feel cast aside. Their lives and labor overlooked even as they feed and sustain our community. We need the city of Salem to respond with the urgency and moral clarity this moment demands. Tonight, PECUN is calling on the City Council to take the following actions. First, declare a state of emergency in the city of Salem in response to increased immigration enforcement and harm it is causing to families, schools, local businesses, and essential industries. Second, pass a local sanctuary resolution that strengthens and values the protections within the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. Third, establish an emergency response fund for families impacted by deportation, detentions, or service cuts stemming from federal actions. Our families should not bear the financial devastation of losing a loved one. Fourth, we urge the City Council to demand that Marion County drop its lawsuit challenging the Sanctuary Promise Act. And finally, We call for concrete policing reforms that help rebuild safety for all residents, which includes a public commitment from the Salem Police Department to never enter a 287G agreement with the federal immigration agencies, a requirement that ICE agents identify themselves to Salem Police when operating within city limits, enforcement of criminal and traffic laws against any ICE agent who violate them, no exceptions, an end to the use of unmarked and undercover vehicles by Salem Police, which heighten fear and confusion in immigrant neighborhoods, and a full public report detailing all surveillance technologies used by Salem Police, including any data sharing or request history with federal agencies. Our communities are in crisis. Farm workers and immigrant families face fear, uncertainty, and the threat of losing everything they built here. Leadership is not measured by words, but by action. The City Council must act now, decisively and without hesitation, to protect those who feed our families, work our fields, and keep Salem going. Anything less is a betrayal of our community and our values. Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Thank you.
Leo M.G. and Anna G.
Hi, my name is Leo. I am in school. Even though I am young, I know what is going on. Me and my friends are scared for our families to get taken away. So be it. Huh?
Is that all you want to say?
Keep ICE out of our communities so then our families can stay safe.
Anna G. and Elise Strauss.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm in Ward 5. Deportation is nothing new in our communities. It has been happening for years and years. In the month of October, there has been over 329 detentions in Oregon. Over 329 families impacted, traumatized, and left without their family members who are most of the time the main providers of their family. These violent kidnappings should have never happened. I don't feel safe anymore because of ICE being in our community. Before all this, I didn't feel safe. Imagine now that ICE is stalking people, kidnapping, changing license plates, all things that if we do, it's illegal. But why can't ICE do it? Who decides what or who is legal or illegal? No human being is illegal in stolen land that we stand on. People who leave their home countries are pushed out because the U.S. causes forced immigration and displacement in the first place. You as elected officials in positions empowered need to do more than just check up on immigrant communities. We need basic resources. We need legal support. We need you to push back. Our communities are being terrorized and beaten by ICE. Do you know the violence that happens in ICE detention centers? Our community members are starving and having their... Do you know what the violence is happening in detention centers? Our community members are stabbed, are having their human rights violated. They die in ICE detention centers. Our communities are not just numbers. We are stories and names. We need more than just nice words. We need action from you. We demand that you all declare a state of emergency in the city of Salem, and if Woodburn did it, so you pass a sanctuary status resolution that strengthens the Sanctuary Promise Act. Pass an emergency response fund for families impacted by deportation. Require public comment for the Salem Police Department to never sign a 227G contract. Require ICE agents to identify themselves to Salem Police before conducting any operations in our city. City council members must demand that Marion County drop federal and state lawsuit that challenges in the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. Enforce criminal and traffic law violations against any ICE agents. End use of unmarked and undercover vehicles of Salem Police. Release a detailed report of surveillance system used by Salem Police, including any request made by the federal agency, DEA, FBI, and others. So what will all you do with all this power that you guys have? What side are you guys in?
Thank you, Anna. Elise Strauss and Sarah Evans.
Hi, my name's Elise. I'm from Ward 8. And it's infuriating to me to listen to you say that you want to keep Salem safe and inclusive and you're going to uphold the rule of law. For who? Who are you upholding the rule of law for? Who are you keeping safe? Because you can't, and you're not doing it. Every day, ICE breaks the rule of law. We know our rights. Doesn't matter. Every day, they are breaking the rule of law. You are not keeping anybody safe, okay? This sanctuary law that Luce has submitted to you has action items that have teeth in them. And you need to step up, and you need to adopt them. I'm looking at you, Matthews. I'm looking at all of you. The wards where abductions have taken place, have you gone to talk to the Latino stakeholders in those areas? Have you reached out to any of the Latino people and organizations? Are you talking to the schools? Are you going to provide money for the kidnapped families? They need access to lawyers. And your police chief, who told me in July that ICE is federal officers doing a job. And when I brought up that on the march, the Abolish ICE march in May, when I said, you know, some of the Latino people, they feel threatened by the cops during that march. And he told me, Womack told me that his officers didn't do anything wrong. He looked on their body camera footage and they didn't do anything wrong. And I said, well, I think the people there felt threatened. And he told me, well, those people have an agenda. You're fucking kidding me? These people have an agenda? Well, I have an agenda, and I'm sick and tired of being incandescent with rage every single day because you guys aren't stepping up. You cannot withhold the rule of law. So you have to do it in other ways. I'm sick and tired of hearing what you can't do. I want to hear what you can do. The police have a lot to answer for. I don't feel safe either. They don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. You going to help me when somebody from ICE grabs me by the hair and drags me to the ground because I'm videoing what they're doing? Just like they did in Chicago and California, and they're doing in North Carolina. You going to stand up for me? Because you can't uphold the rule of law for me. You can't do it for them. You guys need to step up, and you need to do it now.
Sarah Evans and Rachel Atchison.
How am I supposed to follow that? My name is Sarah Evans. I live in Ward 1, and I had prepared comments for tonight, but I am not going to read them because I've been sitting here listening to the pain of the people in my community, and my kids make fun of me that I cry, but I freaking cry, and I feel like if you're not crying about what you're hearing, there's really something wrong with you. Like, these people in our community are really, really traumatized. And you sit here and you read some statement at the beginning of the meeting, oh, I care. I put something on our website this morning, coincidentally, the day that I knew everyone was going to come in and complain. Oh, and I care about Hispanic people, apparently only, because there's a lot of refugees in my neighborhood who are just as terrified, and they're from all over the place. They're also terrified. I feel the same rage the person before me felt, and I should have read my remarks because I'm getting off track. My point is, I'm really, really, really tired of hearing the leaders in my community say, it's a federal thing, there's nothing I can do. I heard the leaders in this community say the same types of things after George Floyd was murdered and Black Lives Matter were protesting here and everyone was getting beat up by Proud Boys. I heard a lot of the same, I can't do anything, sorry. Like, no, you can. You're literally the most powerful people in our community. You always have the power to do something. And when you do nothing, you are complicit and actively supporting what is wrong with our government. I remember growing up in my history classes, whenever we would learn about World War II, and everyone was like, how could anybody have let Hitler come to power? Well, we have done it. We are actively showing in our community, in our country now, how you let fascists come to power. And I don't think anybody wants to have that be how they are judged. They want to know, they want people to remember them for actually standing up and actually bringing love and safety to our community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening. Oh, and do everything Luce says because they're geniuses.
Rachel Atchison and Will Werdy.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm in Ward 3. So I asked my counselor about how you got something on the agenda because I wanted to put response to increased ICE activity on the agenda, but it really didn't appear to be a priority for him. Perhaps because he is the same counselor who wants to remove anti-racism from our city's value statements. Shocking. Shocking, sir. Anyway, thanks to Councilor Nishioka, it is on the agenda tonight. While I appreciate her drawing up a statement, that statement is simply not enough. We need this council to both declare a state of emergency and declare Salem a sanctuary city. 2, there has been a lot of focus from you all on creating a safe, clean, and healthy Salem. Well, now we've got heavily armed, masked, and unidentified men smashing car windows to kidnap people on their way to work. In some instances, literally disappearing them. We've got children afraid to go to school, you've heard all this, friends and neighbors who are terrified to even go out to buy groceries. We've got abandoned vehicles left on busy streets, bike lanes filled with broken glass, and residents everywhere, over the whole city, traumatized by this domestic terrorism. That's what it is, domestic terrorism. Tell me, how does this make Salem safe, clean, or healthy? Declare an emergency now, because it is one. Free up funds to help families who have lost their breadwinner and help us organize an effective community response. We cannot allow this activity to continue unchallenged. So off my written thing, we want to fight back. You're saying Salem police can't help us. Let us help us then. Give us the resources we need to help us. 2, Declare Salem a sanctuary city. Our state sanctuary laws, repeatedly shown to be the will of the people, are under attack, most recently by our very own Marion County Commissioners and county sheriffs. We must join the many Oregon cities who understand the importance of this act, including Portland, Eugene, Corvallis, and Beaverton. This would ensure that if state law should change, the protection provisions will still remain in city code. Responding to this unconstitutional assault with only kind words about inclusion is just not enough. We must enact policy change that will help us take care of each other, because I sadly fear there's lots more hell headed our way.
Will Werity and Avery Wilson.
I am Will from Ward 3. I'm asking Council to declare a state of emergency in response to the vile and unconstitutional onslaught by the federal government that is taking place in our city. On Veterans Day alone, 26 people were abducted by the Department of Homeland Security agents in Salem, and dozens more have been taken in the local area in recent weeks. These ICE or Border Patrol agents and allegedly even mercenary bounty hunters roll up masked with weapons drawn, often refusing to divulge their names or badge numbers. Most of us will have seen video recorded by witnesses that suggest that strong-arm tactics are the norm, not the exception. In many cases, people are detained without warrants and due process. They are essentially disappeared, leaving shattered families wondering what has become of their loved ones. The trauma that this recent surge is inflicting on our community must not be minimized. I ask you to imagine the effect this is having on children who are afraid that this terror will impact their home next. How can learning take place when fear is ever present? How can families remain healthy when going to the grocery store or to the doctor feel threatening? How can bills be paid when it seems too dangerous to go to work? Let's be clear what's going on here. Trump campaigned using lies about immigrants. His falsehoods included saying that immigrants commit more crime than U.S. citizens, that they skew elections with illegal voting, that they are a drain on Social Security and Medicare. Bullshit. Trump also promised that his heightened immigration enforcement would be going after criminals. The latest figures from the Department of Homeland Security show that the majority of detainees do not have a criminal record. Remember, being in this country without documentation is a civil matter, not a criminal one. The appropriate response should be a hearing, not the militarized thuggery we are seeing. Essentially, the current federal administration are using classic divide and rule tactics to distract from the growing inequality of this country that is caused by billionaires not paying their fair share. We must remember that migrants have built the prosperity of this region in large part because, shamefully, they are the most exploited layer of the workforce. In Salem, 30% of our population are now even more liable to be racially profiled because they are BIPOC. And make no mistake, brown people are being harassed by ICE regardless of their documentation. Having 30% of your population likely to be stopped by an armed agent of a white supremacist government is an emergency to which this city must respond. Declare a state of emergency, as cities such as Woodburn have done. We need to release resources to allow the community to come together to face this threat and to help mitigate the struggles of affected families. The city really needs to show that it is not abandoning communities that are being terrorized. We also need to institute our own sanctuary ordinance so that we have additional protection should the voter-approved statewide law fail due to continued attacks by authoritarian opponents.
Avery Wilson and Heather Appleberry.
My name is Avery Wilson. I'm a worker in Ward 4. I'm here with the Democratic Socialists of America to speak against the ICE raids in our community and demand that this council finally does its job. Right now, our community is under attack from ICE. There have been at least 30 kidnappings in Woodburn, 26 in Salem, and in the Willamette Valley, hundreds. These are not orderly arrests. They're violent acts designed to terrorize immigrants and minorities in our community. This is not law enforcement. The lawbreakers are armed, masked agents without warrants. This is an attack on our city, and it's happening under your watch. It is the job of Salem Police to enforce the law. We are telling you to have them do their job and protect Salem residents from these illegal acts. Do not be intimidated. ICE is not a permanent fixture. It was created in 2003, and its power is neither eternal nor absolute. The power of ICE is already being challenged, not by the City Council, but by the people. Countless ICE kidnappings have been reversed thanks to the heroic work of our friends at Centro and Luce. Countless more have been stopped mid-progress through organic mass resistance across the country. Right next door in Hillsborough, educators have organized rapid response networks that have materially slowed ICE down. We're doing the work, and yet we should not be on our own. The deafening silence, the lack of response from this council is a condemnation of each and every one of you. It is time for that to end. We demand that you require all school campuses within the city of Salem to issue explicit, enforceable sanctuary campus policies, require all buildings regulated and owned by the city of Salem to deny their facilities to ICE under strict financial and criminal penalties, and require the Salem Police Department to arrest ICE agents conducting illegal raids or detentions. The City of Salem must end all contracts with ICE and with any company that contracts with ICE, effective immediately. We demand that you establish a legal defense fund for immigrants kidnapped by ICE. Our community should not have to fundraise for freedom while you fund oppression. Finally, Salem workers demand that the City Council officially endorse the call to abolish ICE as a government body. It is a violent, illegitimate agency and must be dismantled. We demand that this council not just fight the current face of this terror rained down by the administration, but also fight what comes after. The roots of this system run deep, and we must tear them out. Our families don't just want freedom from ICE, we want freedom from want. We demand social housing for all, demand fast and free buses, and demand taxes for the rich to pay for it. The people are already moving. The question for you tonight is simple. Will you stand with the people of Salem, or will you stand with the kidnappers? The choice is yours. Thank you.
Heather Appleberry and Robin Graves.
My name is Heather Appleberry. I live in Ward 6, and I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Good evening. We have heard your statements regarding the situation with ICE. We note your words, but our community has learned that in this chamber, words are too often a substitute for action, and statements are made to create the illusion of concern where none truly exists. Let's be clear about the emergency that you have acknowledged but failed to confront. We are witnessing kidnappings in our city. There have been at least 26 here in Salem and over 30 in Woodburn, hundreds across the region. ICE agents, masked and armed, operate without warrants. They ram cars on the way to work and leave broken glass in the streets. They are aggressive, violent, and force people into unmarked vehicles. This is not law and order. This is chaos and terror being unleashed on our neighbors, and your statement does nothing to stop it. The time for cheap talk is over. The time for action is now. We demand you make Salem the strongest sanctuary city in Oregon. Protect our children by requiring all Salem school campuses to issue explicit sanctuary campus policies. Secure our spaces by requiring all city-owned and regulated buildings to deny their facilities to ICE with strict financial and criminal penalties for violation. And uphold the law. Require the Salem Police Department to arrest ICE agents conducting illegal, warrantless raids. Salem Police take an oath to the Constitution not to facilitate federal lawlessness. Invest in our people, not in ICE. Immediately end all city contracts with ICE and its contractors. Establish a legal defense fund for immigrants targeted by ICE. And finally, we demand this council endorse the call to abolish ICE as a government body. Our community is not waiting for permission to act. While this council has deliberated and issued statements, groups like Centro and Luce have successfully reversed kidnappings. While you have failed to act, rapid response networks in places like Chicago and Hillsborough have physically slowed ICE down. We should not have to fight this battle alone. We are doing your job for you. In the past, this city council has chosen cowardice over courage. You failed to act on Avelo Airlines. You failed to condemn the genocide in Gaza while over 100 other city councils rose to the occasion. You have a choice tonight. You can side with fear and inaction, or you can side with the families of Salem. You can watch as other cities lead, or you can make Salem a beacon of courage and a true sanctuary. We demand you immediately draft a resolution declaring a state of emergency regarding ICE operations in Salem and begin implementing the platform we have laid out. Our community is watching. History is watching. Do the right thing.
Robin Graves and Lori Doherty.
There we go. Good evening, councilors. My name is Robin, and I live in Ward 3. I come before you to address the alarming appearance of ICE agents in our streets as they abduct our friends and neighbors. As we had warned you before, the current regime intends to inflict terror upon communities with broad application of force by way of deputized racists and criminals posing as federal agents. The inaction of this council cannot be overlooked or excused by any rhetoric or backpedaling. It is too late to simply speak out against ICE and the forces that direct them. The time has come to act. As you have heard from my friends and colleagues in DSA and Luce, we find ourselves in a state of emergency, and as such demand that you make good on your promises that local law enforcement not cooperate with ICE, but further order them to arrest ICE agents carrying out illegal raids or detentions. Require that all buildings owned and regulated by the City of Salem deny their facilities to ICE, and require that all schools within your jurisdiction implement sanctuary campus policies. The situation is not hard to figure out. If you don't stop this now, there will only be escalations in ICE violence until the public fights back, order breaks down, and all hell breaks loose. How long until our local government is targeted by ICE or another regime crony? Do any of you think you will be safe when that happens? Do you feel safe now? We don't.
Lori Doherty and Andre Lindauer.
Mayor Hoy and members of the council, my name is Lori Doherty. I live in Ward 1. I want to speak to the Councilor Nishioka's motion. It's nice, but it's not enough. We are really faced with an emergency. You've heard people all over this room say it, and it's here. And if you don't treat it as an emergency, then you are totally not paying attention. Mayor Hoy, you said this government, the administration, has an agenda. You are absolutely right. Their agenda is vicious and cruel, and has unleashed a reign of terror all over this country, including here in Salem. One of the most horrific assaults that I have seen, I've seen, videos and, things on YouTube and things like that, took place in Salem. There was several ICE agents that were assaulting this one man. He had been separated from his son. His son was in the car. He was trying to get back to his son, and they were rolling him on the ground, beating on him. His son was terrified. He was injured. This took place in front of El Torito Market on Lancaster, which is 3 doors down from the restaurant you own. Now, did you know about it? Did you know about it? Did you see it? Did you hear? I know you can't answer me right now, but I have to wonder, did you hear about it? Did you see the video? Did you reach out to this family to say, are you okay? Is the son okay? What happened to the father? Did you treat this as a family whose well-being is your responsibility, or is it just another annoyance to your business? I just had to wonder these things, because that's where it was. It was right in front of your door. So this is bringing it all home, to you and to all of us, that this terror is here, and it is an emergency, and if we don't treat it like that, then we are falling down on what we need to do. Thank you.
Andre Lindauer and then Ben Martin Horst.
Good afternoon, Salem City Council and Mayor Hoy. My name is Andre Lindauer. I live in Ward 1. A little perspective. I'm an immigrant. My parents brought us here, and America has been our home. Salem has been my home for 34 years. As resident aliens in Portland, we were told to report our addresses to the post office every year, which we did. We followed all the rules. We had our green cards. I remember my father telling us that if we ever got arrested and we did not have our green cards, we would be deported. That stuck with me, and that was in the 70s. 3 years ago, I decided to apply for citizenship. I felt it was wrong to hold my beliefs and not be able to share them. It seemed hypocritical to give my opinion on topics which I had no ability to change by my vote. I studied, passed the exam, had the interview, and was awarded citizenship. It wasn't necessarily easy. I went through the Portland public school system that cared more about the Oregon Trail than it did anything about civics. But it was worth it. I am now a proud citizen of America and a proud citizen of Salem, Oregon. My heritage is Swiss German, but my allegiance is here. I am distressed that my experience is not shared by others. I have worked hard for myself. I have followed the rules, and I have experienced the rewards. I can vote. When I see people here in violation of the law of the land with no apparent consequences for their actions, it calls into question all the work that I have done. Let me be clear. I have zero problem with immigrants and legitimate asylum seekers. Again, I'm an immigrant. Immigrants built this country. I have empathy for people who yearn to come here. If they're escaping a situation that is intolerable, they have to make a change for them and for their families. My opinion is they have to do it legally. You can call it undocumented. That doesn't change the fact that it's illegal.
So they can get adopted as a community?
Okay.
What other...
Thank you for your testimony, and your time, I'm sorry, has expired. Let's remember our ground rules to allow others to have their say. Ben Martin Horst and Sean Nikas.
My name is Ben Martin Horst. I'm a resident of Salem's Ward 6, have been for 14 years. Like most residents of Salem and of the United States,
Okay.
like many residents of Salem and of the United States, I am the descendant of immigrants.
Ben, I want to give you your full time. Can you pause for just a moment, please?
Of course.
And Ashley, if you could reset the clock, that would be helpful. Go right ahead.
Like most residents of Salem, but not all, and of the United States, I am the descendant of immigrants. Had current immigration policy been in place when my ancestors were coming to this continent, many of them would not have been allowed to enter legally. And yet, here I stand. The past several weeks have been trying ones for Northeast Salem, and the rest of town as well. Neighbors have been assaulted by unidentified persons, perhaps federal agents, and spirited off to detention facilities unknown. Others have had their belongings seized and vehicles impounded. Non-citizens and citizens alike are living in fear, as anyone with brown skin or an accent seems to be a candidate for detention and deportation, regardless of their legal status. This is not right. This is not just. This is not the America I want to live in. This is not the Salem I want to live in. While I'm grateful to Councilor Nishioka for bringing forward a motion to reaffirm Salem's status as an inclusive city, the motion as it stands is far too weak. This council must 1, declare a state of emergency in the city of Salem. This dramatic federal overreach poses existential harm to many Salem residents. Lancaster area businesses are facing catastrophic declines in sales and foot traffic. City resources must be brought to bear for the good of its residents. 2, pass a city sanctuary status resolution that affirms and strengthens state sanctuary protections. 3, lobby Marion County to drop lawsuits challenging Oregon's Sanctuary Promise Act. 4, clarify that federal agents operating in Salem cannot do so without any accountability. They must identify themselves to Salem police. The current actions of federal agents threaten to erode further trust in law enforcement in general and open the door for bad faith private citizens, militia groups, and vigilantes to impersonate law enforcement with no effective repercussions. 5, direct the Salem Police Department to enforce criminal and traffic law when violated by ICE and Border Patrol agents. 6, direct city staff to turn off flock cameras and similar devices for the duration of this crisis. When I was younger, I was one of those kids who constantly thought about what I would have done when. What would I have done during abolition? What would I have done in Nazi Germany? As I stand here before you today, the question is no longer, what would you have done? The question is not even, what will you do? The question is, what are you doing now? If your hands are tied by the Supremacy Clause, you'd better start kicking.
Sean Nikas and Kim Davis.
Hello, Mayor, City Councilors. I hope you all take me seriously tonight because it's Monday Night Football. And I'm here, and the 49ers are playing, and that's my team. So I am, I'm here because I mean it. I'm not joking around. Now I know, and I hope everybody knows, that you're all good people, okay? The amount of volunteer work you all do as city councilors, it's serious, it's a lot of work. And I know you really do want to keep Salem clean and safe and a healthy place. And I know that you all intend that applies to all our children, to keep them safe from child molesters, pedophiles, and whatever nefarious creatures that might prey upon them. We also know, well, now we all know, it appears the President of the United States is a child molester, a pedophile, and the head of a child sex trafficking ring. Just last week, the good police officers of Minnesota caught an ICE agent as a child, as part of a child sex trafficking ring. Now, I can't be the only one who's noticed. In all these news reports on ICE, there's always some 17-year-old kid getting dragged out of a car. Children. We, the residents of Salem, we're looking to you to do something, right? To protect us from whatever crazed callousness comes up from the imagination, whatever the sick pervert plans bubble up from our pedophile POTUS. It seems to me the least that we can do is do what the good people at Lewis are asking us to do tonight.
Kim Davis and Elisa Galeno.
My name is Kim. I live in Ward 4. Throughout my career, I worked with both civilians and veterans seeking recovery from the anguish and injuries following traumatic events. There is no doubt that the people of our nation will suffer the consequences of the terror and traumas being enacted by agents of the federal government and their impersonators throughout their lives and into future generations. The City Council has spent much time and energy discussing public safety. Frankly, I feel much less safe here than I ever have before. There are masked men driving unmarked cars, some without plates, some driving recklessly, smashing windows, aiming assault weapons, grabbing and throwing people to the ground, forcing them into unmarked cars and disappearing them. On November 11th alone, at least 24 people were disappeared. All of this is creating real danger to everyone here, most especially our immigrant neighbors and people of color. This is terrifying. This month, our neighbors have lost cherished community members. People are afraid to go to work, school, stores, or to church. Businesses are suffering real losses. The ongoing silence of our mayor and council has been painful to hear. It's time for the city to take meaningful actions to create real safety and to address the losses being suffered. Councilor Nishioka's proposal to make a stronger, inclusive city resolution does not come close to what is needed now. The federal government and Marion County are working to undermine Oregon's sanctuary promise laws. We need the city to declare an emergency because this is an emergency. We need to pass a strong resolution to make Salem a sanctuary city that can make this safer city for all. Other cities and counties have already passed emergency declarations and resolutions. Salem needs to act now. Let's make our community truly safe and inclusive for everybody, and let's help our families survive the domestic terror and traumas that are being rained down on them.
Elisa Galeno and Lex T. Just hit that button, turn your mic on there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elisa, and I am a resident of Ward 8. I am a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I am a home health care worker. And I am also a dreamer. I came to this country when I was 14 years old from Puebla, Mexico. I followed all the correct steps, and I went to school, I got a job, and I started a family. And I applied to be a citizen. I am happy to say that. I am now a legal resident, but I'm still scared. I'm scared because I see what happens in Hillsborough. I see what happens in Gilbert. And I see what happens here in Salem. ICE does not care if I am a resident. ICE will not care when I am a citizen. ICE only cares that my skin is brown. Every day I ask, am I next? A statement is not enough. Salem workers have more demands. Make all schools sanctuary schools. Make all buildings in Salem stop ICE from going inside. Tell the police to arrest ICE agents doing illegal raids or detentions. End all contracts with ICE. Make illegal funds for families impacted by ICE. Support abolish ICE. I'm proud to be in the same group as Zoran Mandani, a Muslim immigrant and mayor of New York City. He wants a city that workers can afford. Immigrants want to be free from ICE. They also want to be free from poverty. We demand that you fight for housing for all, fast and free buses, and tax the rich. Thank you.
Lex T. and Belinda T.
Hi, I'm Lex, and I'm near Ward 5. I'm here to give support to the resolution shared with City Council from Luce. ICE's presence in our community is an issue for everyone. It endangers our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. We are watching people be kidnapped and abused daily by fascist bootlickers who refuse to identify themselves, to make any attempt to de-escalate, or keep from using maximal harm, or even follow the semblance of laws we hear so many people preach as the highest order. This is traumatizing, horrifying, evil, and wrong, especially because it doesn't have to be this way. Salem can do more to protect all of its community. I ask that the City Council do more than simply reaffirm its sanctuary status, but take action to protect its citizens against ICE agents and the horrors they bring. How? You've been provided a resolution that offers several ways to protect our community. And I'm glad to hear that you want to do everything in the city's power, because other cities have already modeled many of these, so we know it's possible. We need you to declare a state of emergency and pass a local resolution that strengthens the Sanctuary Promise Act locally. We need an emergency response fund for families impacted by deportation. We've left many of our most vulnerable neighbors without resources or help, and now is the time to show that we do care and we are going to be there for them. This next bit is going to focus on the police, because we hear a lot about safety from the council as a whole and many of you as individuals. So why are ICE agents able to get away without identifying themselves? Why are they able to break multiple criminal and traffic laws with no repercussions? Why would someone not fight being taken by masked attackers who just ran into their car or tackled them out of nowhere? Yet even as bystanders, we're not supposed to get involved. Many of us are being threatened just filming and watch as law enforcement does nothing. We're kind of used to that. But if you care so much about safety and want to spend so much damn time telling us how great the city's police department is, then we expect you to actually utilize it to enforce the law against the ICE agents breaking it. That might actually build the trust you mentioned. Otherwise, it looks like Salem PD is only here to pick and choose who they enforce the law against, like brown, black, poor, and homeless communities. Further, there should be a public commitment that the PD or any city entity never sign contracts with federal immigration agencies, and continued conversation around the surveillance systems used and how they support the surveillance state and can be exploited. Lastly, for those here tonight, remember to follow and support PERC and Loose. Our community has to be here for each other. I have whistle kits for any neighborhoods that want them. It's important. We need to let people know ICE is here. And I want everyone on city council to realize how much singular community members are doing and how much more you could do. Because no one is illegal on stolen land. It's time to get ICE out of Salem.
Belinda T. and Alex B.
Good evening, councilors. I go by Maklakli Wanye Mikisli. I am from Ward 5. I have lived in Salem a majority of my life. My parents originally migrated here to support the agricultural demands, but eventually learned all trades. They worked 4 a.m. to midnight. They rarely rested unless it was a soccer game. We moved a lot, but when we left our rentals, we left them better than when we entered because of my dad's tradesmen. I knew somehow we were being taken advantage of, though, because somehow these rentals were being turned for a good profit. My family's work ethic has been so strong to the point where I came home with a free cookie at Roth's grocery stores because I did my reading, and my dad said, "You don't take nothing for free. You want cookies? Go get the whole box. I'll buy it for you." This is a micro story of so many beautiful examples that haven't been told, and unfortunately examples have only been painted with hate, like the ones shared at the inauguration of Trump. Didn't you attend that, Mayor Hoy? It's not about parties, though, because none of them have been about this, but it is about being in the pit of hate there. As a young adult, I was driving and profiled and pulled over because my license plates cover were supposedly too foggy, and it ended up making a ripple of attack on my driving history and having to come up from a poverty debt trying to pay those tickets. It's had a long-term effect, but all the while ICE is running around with no plates, expired tags, reckless driving, and other illegal actions. This is a serious threat to the safety and the security of our community, and the kids are witnessing all of this. Cities are taking right now the responsibility that you all are saying you can't do against the terrorism of ICE. I hope you will also. We are law-abiding citizens who can be in the process of becoming citizens. It took a lot of time for my parents to do so, and in the meanwhile, we do not deserve inhumane treatment. Thank you to the community members who are doing more for our own community than those responsible and elected to the seats to do so. All the while, not everyone agrees on the subject, I get it, but every stinking person is benefiting it. While we shop, we dine, we work, we pay taxes. Mixed status folks volunteer through churches, community orgs, group counseling for mental health, and various avenues to help the houseless, the neurodiverse, and even donate food and money. This has benefited every Salem citizen and continues to do so, but many deny it. But you don't have to anymore. Why have y'all attempted to sweep the sidewalks of houseless folks for small businesses? But you should be securing the safety of our whole damn community from ICE's illegal and dangerous tactics. For all, not just business owners, we vote to. Please remember human rights and step up and support the proposed resolution for a safe and welcoming city of Salem and a local state of emergency. I know welcoming is important to y'all because y'all spent a big chunk of our taxes on the welcoming sign.
Your time has expired. Alex B. and Cynthia R.
My name is Alex. I live in Ward 6. I work in Ward 5. On October 26, the parking lot of El Torito and Geppetto's restaurant gained widespread attention on social media. Everybody knew of Salem, from California to Texas to the East Coast. Everybody witnessed the brutal kidnapping of a Salem father and a 12-year-old girl that witnessed her dad being beat up. A gun was pointed at the 10-year-old girl. This happened in Ward 6. None of y'all spoke about it. It wasn't until like a week ago that the news covered an action at the Capitol that y'all made comments on Facebook. But change doesn't come on Facebook. Change doesn't come on the buttons you wear on your shirt. Maybe there was a time in Salem where brown people that look like me, talk like me, were too tired from working in the fields, being exposed to pesticides, that we were not civically engaged. But in 2025, those brown people have kids who are your constituents. And we're here. And I got to remind you guys, from Ward 1 to Ward 7, 8, that people with accents are your constituents. People with brown skin are your constituents. People who don't own businesses are also your constituents. I'll tell you, I got civically engaged in Salem when I was in my early 20s. I grew up in Salem. I took the Chariots bus station when it was in front of the courthouse. I remember all of that vividly, taking the bus with my parents. I remember how the security guards wouldn't let you sit on the grass. We're part of this community, whether you like it or not. And why is it that we get the feeling that if Salem's business community proposed you guys to put it on the agenda that the sun is too bright and that you guys need to build a giant dome, you guys would consider it? And that's not even a joke. That's how it feels like. There's two worlds in Salem. There's the world that you guys like to talk about, the world that you guys think that is clean, that is worthy, law-abiding. And then there's the reality of the working class brown people in Northeast Salem, Lancaster, Portland Road. You guys infantilize issues that affect people like me and my parents. You guys say, oh, it's too complicated. Like when mom and dad don't want to buy you something. They just say, oh, it's too complicated. Our hands are tied. I was here in the beginning of the year when we came to talk to you guys about Avelo. A lot of you guys rolled your eyes, made wicked faces, said it's
Alex,
not even.
I'm sorry,
it's not
your
even.
time has
It can't
expired.
even be put on the agenda. Listen to us. Stop infantilizing us. You guys haven't spoken up, haven't done anything.
Thank you for your testimony.
We're not happy.
Cynthia R. and Aaron.
In the month of October, there was over 329 detentions in Oregon. Reports show that on November 11th, there was over 26 detentions in one single day here in Salem. In case you all weren't aware what's going on in the neighborhoods you're supposed to be serving. Those are over 329 families holding the last memories they have with their loved ones in their minds, thinking of the warmth of their presence and looking around now at their empty homes, not knowing if their family member will return home or if they will ever see them again. Deportation and the kidnapping of family members holds a kind of grief and trauma that will be passed through generations. This is causing anxiety and depression in our kids and families. They are afraid to go to school, afraid to go grocery shopping, afraid to play outside. So now I ask you, what have you done to support families that have been impacted? Absolutely nothing. You have done absolutely nothing. These are families in your wards. You sit in your seats up there, expected to serve all Salem residents, regardless of status. Families need rent assistance. They need mental health supports. They need food assistance. They need basic survival needs right now. Words hold absolutely no weight. They are performative. All the city does is criminalize Black and brown folks, and we are supposed to believe your online statement? No. We need you to declare a state of emergency in Salem. Elected officials in positions of power need to do more than just check up on immigrant communities or tell us we're living in horrific times. We demand you push back and do something. We demand that you all declare a state of emergency in Salem. We demand you pass a sanctuary status resolution. We demand you pass an emergency response funds for families impacted by deportation. We demand you require a public commitment from the Salem Police Department to never sign the 287G contract. We demand you require ICE agents to identify themselves. We demand the city council members demand that the Marion County drop federal and state lawsuit that challenges the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. We demand you enforce criminal and traffic law violations against any ICE agents. We demand that you call for the end of unmarked undercover vehicles. And we demand that you ask the cops, demand them to release a detailed report of surveillance systems used by the Salem police and requested by federal agencies. We demand you all tax Amazon and Walmart. And we will be here again and again and again and again at these city council meetings until you stand up in a significant way and take action, no matter how long these meetings turn out to be, and no matter how much our presence might be an inconvenience to you all. We will be here because we love our community, and we will do anything for it.
Aaron and Kathleen Treppa.
Good evening. My name is Aaron and I'm from Ward 6. We stand here today facing a choice about Salem's identity, a tale of two cities within our own community. You, council, must ask yourself, which one will you be? The Salem, a place of sanctuary where dignity, real protection, and our city council defends the vulnerable and enforces human rights. Or Salem's current reality, a place where the fear of ICE raids is a constant terror, where immigrant working class families are subject to a cruel system that exploits them, and where the complacency is the policy of the day. This choice is urgent. Raids are rising. The Washington ICE Processing Center just cleared its facilities and is actively looking to fill those beds, putting money in the pocket of those who sponsor the site's creation. Families are suffering, and the last thing they need are the empty words, "We hear you and we see you." These statements can kick rocks like Avelo did in Salem when workers asked them to leave. Which one will you be? The 8 city council seats in which you occupy do not come with no strings attached. Each of you represents people you fail, each of you represents people you fail to protect. These same folks are exploited for cheap labor, a system America has relied on since its founding. You see clearly in the city attorney's document regarding city policy about ICE only serves the status quo because you lack the political will to take action. The doc is not a shield, it is a blueprint of the choice to be the city of fear and not the city of sanctuary. We demand that you choose a framework to protect our migrant workers of Salem immediately. Establish a Salem-based legal defense fund in all city contracts with ICE and all companies that operate with ICE. In illegal raids, direct Salem police to arrest ICE agents breaking the law, and sign the sanctuary resolution submitted by Luce. The public comment trend goes like this. We come, we speak, we leave, you say no, nothing happens. But I've learned that where you say no, others have said yes. In this city, everyday workers have pounded the pavement for their fellow workers in solidarity. They are putting their bodies on the line for the barrio, rapidly responding, pausing their work, and staying up through cold nights and long mornings fighting ICE. This is what I've come to realize, that true power is in the hands of the workers you claim to represent. The choice between two cities is also on us, the workers of Salem. Which city will we be? Will we rise up from our sleep? Will we organize, take political action, and agitate? Or will we wait on this council to act? This call is for you, Salem workers. You no-king rallying liberals, you MAGA conservatives, you day laborers and migrant field workers, the armchair apathetics, you local fighting unions. This call is for you. The time is here, the time is now to unite under the international worker struggle because workers deserve more.
Thank you for your testimony.
Because it's all power to the people. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Workers of Salem, unite!
Kathleen Treppa and Evelyn Bross.
Yeah, Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7. And boy, I was pretty disgusted earlier this evening by some of the comments that were made from this dais. I don't understand how you can sit there and talk about peace and civility and compassion in a community. How tone deaf and unaware are you when people are being violently targeted for detention by mass thugs without any identification or paperwork. You've got car windows being smashed. We've heard about the father who was taken from the car in front of his child. And do you know what was going on outside earlier this evening? You had a group of Trump supporters who were race baiting and harassing a group of Hispanic people outside of a display that they were monitoring, and they were out there with cameras in their face, getting close to them within close proximity, race baiting. They were insulting a trans person. That's what was happening out there. And you have the gall to talk about spreading civility and compassion and peace in this community? You are so far off base. Now, I do want to acknowledge the police did make them stand back, and we need to acknowledge that they made them stand back. And your staff are providing safe passage for people to leave this building because those Trumpers are out there threatening to call ICE on everybody who walks by. Is that civility? Is that peace? Inaction does not build trust. So I appreciate Councilor Nishioka. I appreciate the fact that you put forward a resolution of inclusivity. I do, to reaffirm a commitment for values and to following state sanctuary laws. But in all honesty, in this environment, in this climate, it's not enough. It is absolutely not enough. And you know, the city attorney's staff report that talks about the general sanctuary city laws and Salem's policies, that staff report is only half complete. It is information only. It implies nothing can be done. Well, what the report is missing is what can be done. The City Council can put on the agenda and discuss a state of emergency and funding to help residents who have illegally experienced property damage and income loss. The City Council can direct staff to work with local community groups. You yourself said you want to see them represented. Well, they're all here in the audience, so get ready to start working with them. You should work with them to develop a sanctuary city resolution that further strengthens our commitment to protecting targeted communities. Staff and the city's lobbyists can be directed to advocate for state and federal legislation to unmask the thugs and to require them to show identification and warrants. Council members can and should speak up and advocate with their counterparts. The police, God damn it, should pull over cars that don't have license plates and whose plates are being switched that don't match. There are things
Kathleen,
that you can do, and you should be doing them.
Thank you for your
Have
testimony.
the courage to stand up.
Gretchen, I see Evelyn Bross is on the list next up. Is she gone? Okay, thank you. We have April, and then Taylor, I think it's Seidel.
Good evening, City Councilors, Mayor. My name is April, and I live in Ward 7. Following testimony is my personal opinion and does not reflect the views of my employer. Yes, the federal law has primacy, has more authority than city ordinances do. But there is a lot you can do. There is a lot the people in this room are already doing. I am here today to implore you to declare a state of emergency as proposed by Latinos Unidos Siempre. The presence of unidentifiable, unaccountable, armed agents kidnapping Salem residents out of their homes and cars is creating a terrifying situation in our city. It is also creating a situation that is ripe for civilian bad actors to impersonate these agents because, frankly, these guys don't have to identify themselves. I think we all expect Salem police to enforce traffic laws regardless of who is driving a vehicle. But these unidentifiable, unidentified agents are driving in our city without license plates. They are switching license plates from car to car. They have like a little kit of like 20 license plates they switch around on these freaking rental cars they have. And when they kidnap someone, they are leaving broken glass and abandoned vehicles in the right-of-way of our city, of freeways, of rights-of-way around our. If I did that, I would be pulled over. So I asked the Salem City Police, pull these assholes over. Do it. How do you know that they're federal agents? Do you have a list of all the cars they're driving and you know that that's a car that belongs to federal agents because there's no license plate on it? No, you don't. Pull these guys over. That is something the city can do. Finally, I urge the council to authorize an emergency response fund for Salem families impacted by this chaos. While those of us who are white, I am white, okay? I am, you can see, yeah. I am white. I am going about my business. But those of us in our town who are not white are suffering COVID 2.0. They're locked in their houses, okay? They're afraid to go out. They're afraid to send their kids to school. I urge you to declare a state of emergency. Thank you.
Taylor, I'm struggling with your last name.
It's Seidlitz.
Seidlitz?
Seidlitz.
Seidlitz, okay.
Yeah, thank you for bearing with my terrible handwriting. Hello, my name is Taylor, and I'm a worker in Salem Ward 2. While it is good that this body is taking this step to affirm that it is indeed a sanctuary city, hopefully you all vote for it, upholding Oregon's sanctuary state laws, this step alone is inadequate. Much like the resolution to declare a ceasefire in Gaza, where you remove the designation of what Israel is doing as a genocide that you voted against, Vanessa, and you voted against, Julie. Salem must declare a state of emergency over these violent and illegal ICE raids. Other local municipalities in the state already have. No one, regardless of documentation status, should be subject to brutal hostility of ICE raids and torturous conditions of these detention camps. After this body, including Mayor Hoy and Councilor Nodike, voted to accept a mostly anonymous donation of $180,000 from the business community to fund the salaries of 2 police officers to deal with the unmanaged homelessness camps, how can residents and workers of Salem be assured that our police will be impartial and actually serve and protect we the people rather than money interests in businesses? The true power to shape this city's politics does not lie with anonymous business donations, but with organized force and the working class. The nurses, teachers, service workers, and laborers who keep Salem running. When we unite our voices and our collective strength, we can demand our public institutions serve people over profit and protect every member of our community. It is the power that this council must ultimately answer to. An important step to foster the trust that I was talking about would be to direct the Salem Police Department to arrest ICE agents who are routinely engaging illegal race-based searches, seizures, and detentions that shatter families and terrorize our community. In addition, to strengthen the city's commitment to its sanctuary status, it must require all buildings regulated and owned by the city of Salem to deny their facilities to ICE under strict financial and criminal penalties. It must also require all schools, campuses within the city of Salem to issue explicit sanctuary campus policies. And last, Salem workers demand that the city council endorse the call to abolish ICE as a government body. To build this power and win these demands, we must organize beyond this chamber. We urge everyone who believes in Salem to join an organization that believes in justice, such as Salem DSA, to support and join organizations such as Luce and Centro, who have done incredible work. And you must fight for us. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go online to Ivy Clark Henry.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Ivy Clark Henry. I was born here in Salem and grew up in Ward 1. My spouse and I were lucky enough to purchase a home in the same ward in 2020 in Salem's historic district. Mayor and Councilors, the people you serve in Salem are being kidnapped off of our streets. 2 more people were abducted by ICE as of this morning. You owe it to the residents of the city to protect us and to stand up to federal government, who is profiling and abducting our neighbors, friends, children, coworkers, and family members. Salem residents are being targeted by ICE while shopping for groceries, working, going to school, or while they're supposed to be safe in their homes. Not opening the door unless ICE is a warrant only works if they don't break your door down or bust out your car window. Their safety, liberty, and quality of life is actively being violated in front of you. Don't you dare take the coward's way out. Promoting civility or condemning unkindness is disrespectful and cruel in the face of a nightmarish reality. Madam Mayor, your heart and comfort is not worth my neighbor's safety. If all you have to offer is hand-wringing sympathy during this difficult time and nothing else, you are showing how little weight you give to the well-being and safety of the people who live here. I support all 9 of the action items and demands that Latinos Unidos Siempre has brought to you this evening. It is of the utmost importance that you follow their direction. These actions are the bare minimum. Thank you for your time.
Holden and Quinn Pritchard and Christina Marquez.
Hi, my name is Holden, and I live in West Salem. I live in Ward 8. I'm here to talk about what's happening with ICE. I have friends who don't come to school anymore. They had to move schools. One of the kids in my class was left without a friend. What ICE has been doing is taking families away from kids, pointing a gun at mom or dad's face, and then taking the parent away. What will that kid think? Maybe they got killed. Maybe we'll never see them again. It's just a skin color, but the same inside. You know what? A lot of you voted for this. My mom is Brazilian, and we go every summer. All the kids love me for being American. That's the same way it should be here. What are you going to do about it? Queremos una vida normal.
My name is Quinn Maria, and I live in West Salem. I would like to keep my address private. I live in Ward 8. I am here today to talk about immigration because my mom was born in Brazil, and she asked if she could come to the United States of America. Some people were born in Mexico, and they decided to come to United States of America because they didn't want their kids to be taken away from them or stolen by gangsters. Kids have been scared to go to Mexico because it is a place they haven't been to and they don't know about it. They are just nervous. How would you feel if you were taken to Mexico?
Cristina Marquez and Delilah Gomez.
Hi, my name is Cristina Marquez, and I live in Northeast Salem. I'm a proud graduate of McKay High School. I went to Waldo and Stevens Middle Schools. I've chosen to stay in Salem after graduating because it's home. My parents immigrated here as migrant farm workers, and I'm forever thankful for their courageous journey to make it here to the U.S. and want to provide for me and my family. And let's remember that there is no pathway for many folks. Some of us aren't lucky to be German and Swiss. I consistently drive on Silverton Road, Lancaster, Sunnyview, Portland Road, Market Street. These are the streets that raised me. It's the streets that I go to buy groceries, visit family, make it to my way to work. And it's been devastating to see over the last couple of weeks that these streets have become the epicenter of ICE activity in Salem. The fear is palpable. Folks are afraid to go to work, drop off their kids at school, buy groceries, or even go to the doctor. I heard of a woman who is undergoing cancer treatment and was requesting to move her appointments later in the day because of ICE kidnappings early in the mornings and being afraid that on her way to her doctor's appointment, she might be detained. A couple of months ago, there was also rumors of ICE being near my dad's work site. My dad recounted how everyone was afraid, even though the vast majority of folks at his work were citizens. My dad and many others thought, we're brown, we speak Spanish, we don't have our passports. What if they detain us too? What if they take us away? We are in a state of emergency. And so I'm here on behalf of thousands of immigrants who call Salem home, but are too afraid to be here today. I'm here to demand that the Salem City Council do more to protect our immigrant families. You're saying it's federal issues. We know that there's more you can do. Luz is giving you options here, solutions to be able to take to ensure that our families feel safer in our homes. And as we continue to see democratic backsliding by this federal administration and the rise of fascism, we call on the City Council to meet the moment with courageous leadership. We ask of you to declare this a state of emergency, pass an emergency response fund for families who have been separated by their families by ICE, require the Salem Police Department to enforce criminal and traffic law violations by ICE, pass a sanctuary status resolution, and ask Marion County Commission to drop its lawsuit undermining our sanctuary status. There's a lot you can do, and so we ask of you to lean into courageous leadership. Like a lot of immigrants right now are being courageous and going to work, going to school, carrying on a life. We ask of you to also show some courage.
Delilah Gomez and Abigail Miranda.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Delilah, and I'm from Ward 3. And I'm standing here today for the people who can't stand here themselves. I'm here for the mothers who go to sleep praying they won't be taken in the middle of the night. I'm here for the fathers who kiss their kids goodbye every morning, not knowing if it will be the last time. I'm here for the children who grow up afraid that one day their family will simply disappear. Being undocumented is not a crime. It is a civil offense. Yet our families are treated like criminals, hunted as if they are dangerous. ICE is not fighting crime, so why are they tearing families apart? Our families have lived here for decades. We have worked ourselves to the bone. We have raised children, paid taxes, and built our lives brick by brick. We have contributed to this country in every way possible. Its economy, its culture, its spirit, and still we are treated like we do not belong, like we are disposable. These raids don't just remove people, they leave holes in families that never heal. They create fear that settles into children's bones. They leave empty chairs and dinner tables. They break hearts that were simply trying to survive. This is not politics, this is humanity. How can we call ourselves a compassionate community while turning a blind eye to this suffering? I am begging you to stand for fairness, dignity, and basic human decency. Support policies that protect our neighbors, our coworkers, our classmates, people who are part of the fabric of this community, no matter where they were born. Just because our skin is brown or because our tongue speaks a different language does not make us bad people. How can anyone call a human being illegal when the only difference between you and them is luck? Luck in where they were born? ICE has broken windows, thrown gas canisters, dragged mothers and fathers away while their children screamed, and still some say they should go further. So tell me, how far does cruelty have to go before someone says enough? Just because this isn't your reality does not mean it isn't someone else's daily pain. And just because you don't feel the fear doesn't mean it isn't suffocating someone else. Thank you.
Abigail Miranda, and I believe it's Riley Ashby.
Oh, sorry. How?
One more time.
One more time. Like that? Okay, awesome. I was going to cover my face, but I guess I would like you all to see me because as much as I'm afraid of what's going on, I guess I'm not afraid to stand up and not be a coward and not be someone who's kneeling to this administration. So let me just start off with, hi, my name is Abigail Miranda Rodriguez. I was, I live over around Ward 4. I also lived around Ward 7, and I also lived around Ward 2. So I have a bit of experience all around Salem, I believe. I just wanted to come here and talk about what is going on outside of those doors. Humans are being kidnapped, someone's child, someone's parent, someone's support system, a loved one. And there have been multiple humans who have been hospitalized due to an unnecessary lethal force done by this Gestapo. Man, if I had a nickel for every time I had a loaded gun pointed at me during a peaceful protest, I would have more than one nickel, which is so weird that it would ever happen
Because isn't that like attempted murder on a regular Tuesday? And isn't it also an unlawful use of a deadly weapon? Okay, so my sister was shot on her back during one of these ICE protests, and so was my partner. He was shot multiple times. And they were not only on top of a building, being cowards, hiding, they were also covering their faces, like if we could see them up there. Okay, what a joke. Okay, but enough about me. Let's talk about a few other things. There were 300 humans who were kidnapped, more than 300 humans that were kidnapped in the state of Oregon. And okay, so we can talk about Salem because this is the city of Salem. There were more than 20 people kidnapped. How about today? There were two people kidnapped before 9 a.m. You don't think that's fucking weird? Okay, I'm so sorry. It's so frustrating because how can I do something about this when I'm just a little girl? Like, there's that little girl and her brother who came up here and said something. You don't think that's sad? You don't think that's sad? And I'm especially looking at you because, bro, you have a Starbucks cup. You're supposed to boycott it because of Palestine. How fucking embarrassing. Okay, and then there's Vanessa. Vanessa, you've been literally everywhere but here. You haven't even been focusing. You haven't been listening. But, okay, whatever. Okay, so not only did supposedly Oregon become the first sanctuary state in the nation to prevent state and local law enforcement from assisting federal immigration enforcement in 1997, but it was supposed to be helping us all throughout that time.
Abigail,
you have the
your
U.S.
time is
Constitution and you
expired.
listen to that shit. You wouldn't listen to the law you had made a few years ago. I don't fucking care because it is so upsetting that you are sitting there not doing a damn thing and you were over here apologizing, acting like you actually gave a fuck.
Your time is expired.
It is expired, and so should you.
Is it Riley? Thank you, Riley. Riley Ashby, and then Sarah, I believe it's Gantham.
Hi, I'm Riley Ashby. I am in Ward 8, and I'm a very proud Oregonian. I just wanted to come up here and say thank you for all being here. I know you kind of have to. But I support ICE and all that they're doing. I support the arrest of illegal immigrants. I think that if people wish to enter... I think that if people wish to enter the best country in the world, that they should do it legally.
Everyone has the opportunity to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. U.S. citizens and immigrants services, they will help people who enter the country, and I think that people should look to those resources, and I honor those people who have entered here legally. It's not an easy thing to do, and I think we should make the system easier for immigrants to come in legally. But that's a whole different issue that is out of your guys' hands. You can start, but obviously it's not up to you. But I support the federal agents that are here and that are arresting illegal immigrants because they're criminals, and I support them for arresting the U.S. citizens who are also criminals when they interfere with an ongoing investigation. I'm very, very proud of my country. I'm very proud of President Trump and all that he's done. And I'm okay if I get flack for it. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Okay. Sarah Gantham and Felix May, I believe.
Hi, my name is Sarah Grantham. I think I live in Ward 2, 3. It's on my testimony, one moment. 2. I grew up in the Highland neighborhood. I went to Parish North. And I think my written testimony, you guys can all read the email. I think that's great. Everybody has pretty much covered what I wanted to say. And as I was sitting here listening to, first of all, the youth, It is so amazing to see these students come up in front of all of these adults and our whole city and ask you to listen to them. I feel like I was one of those kids. I went to Highland in 1987. That is when the Sanctuary Promise began. My entire education was sown with a bilingual experience. Every sheet of paper had two sides, one with English, one with Spanish. 1987, the Salem City Council doesn't even have their paperwork in two languages. It's 2025. I just want you to listen to Lou's demands. They are not just demands. These are our hearts bleeding out to you. Mayor, is there a reason why you won't look at me? Like, it seems weird. Is your phone more important than my testimony? Okay. I have never come to speak at City Council before, and I am coming because it is absolutely important that you listen to your citizens. I have lived here my entire life, and I cannot think of a better way to grow up in a bilingual school, to learn about cultures and music and food that I didn't bring to the table. I have never been so embraced by a community that's not my own. And maybe if you took a step back and took your biases away, you might see that these people have the biggest hearts in your community. The immigrants make this community great. Thank you.
Felix, if you could wait just a moment. I was a little distracted because we need to add time to the clock so we can continue the meeting. Do we have a motion?
I move to extend our meeting till 11 p.m.
I'll second that. We have a motion by Gwynn and a second by Nishioka. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, Felix. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. My name is Felix May, and I am from Ward 7. I'm here in support of Latinos Unidos Siempre. Before I address the council and the mayor, I just want to say to the people in the audience, I'm really sorry about that blonde girl. I don't know what's wrong with her. That is unequivocally not the way that the majority of your community feels. We are so glad that you're here.
Could you address the council, please?
Love
Thank
to do
you.
so. City councilors who I have seen wax poetic about public safety. What the fuck? Like, what is people kidnapping our neighbors off of the streets if not a matter of public safety? What is it if not that? It's completely insane. Why is it that you care so much about white Salem business owners' level of comfort at having to witness our unhoused neighbors experience hardship, but you seem unconcerned that there are people here who are afraid to leave their homes? There are people at home watching who are afraid to leave their homes. You just celebrated Small Business Saturday. What about the immigrant-owned small businesses in Salem that are struggling and living in fear? Why are you not speaking out and doing everything in your power to keep our neighbors from being snatched off the streets by masked men holding guns? If this isn't an emergency, I cannot imagine what would constitute as an emergency for you. Mayor Hoy has said that there is only so much that our local government can do in the face of the federal government. Okay, does working for the federal government all of a sudden mean that a person cannot be held accountable for their actions? Their illegal actions of kidnapping and disappearing and hurting people and terrorizing people? You need to declare a state of emergency. You need to demand that Marion County drop their ridiculous lawsuit. You need to create a defense fund for families who are impacted by ICE, and you need to strengthen our Sanctuary Promise Act. It's crazy. If you cannot protect the people of Salem and support them in the face of this craziness that's going on right now, what are you for? What is your job? Thank you.
Mike Slagle and Kelly Nielsen.
Mayors, councilors, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mike Slagle. I live in Ward 2. I was born and raised in Salem. My family was. My mom went to North Salem Highland Elementary. I worked in the fields as a kid. I have a job here. I pay taxes. Mayor, you're doing a good job, by the way. Our deficit in our cities come down. I see police in the streets doing things that I haven't seen in a long time. Thank you, policemen. Thank you. You're doing your job. And do I support ICE? I do. And you know what? Here's what I'm going to ask the city council. I want some data on the people that got arrested. I looked at some of the statistics. Some of those people arrested, the 26 out of Salem, had criminal records. They were abusive. They were drunk drivers. That's who got arrested. I want to know if anybody got arrested that didn't deserve to get arrested. I want to know. Do you have the statistics? I want to know that. In Salem, I'm talking about Salem. Did anybody get arrested that wasn't supposed to get arrested? So if you're here and you're an immigrant and you're not legal yet, I'll help you. I don't care what color you are to get a legal status. I'll help you. I will help you. Because it will feel a lot better if you're a citizen. You won't feel scared if you're a citizen. It doesn't matter. If you're a citizen, you're not going to get deported. You're not going to go to jail if you're a citizen. If you're not a criminal call.
Please address the council. Address the council.
Address the council.
Yep.
Thank you, Mary. One other thing I'd like to know, they're talking about giving money to people that are detained. I want to know where the money is going to come from. Is it coming from the taxpayer base? And I also want to know if anybody here is on a nonprofit on the city council that directly gets benefited from immigration. I want to know if anybody's on the city council that belongs to a nonprofit that directly gets profitable from immigration. I'm going to email all y'all. I want some statistics. Being a white person in this room, yeah. Do you feel it? You feel it? I feel it. Should hear some of the remarks I'm hearing out there, Mayor. It's pretty awful. Thank you for your time.
No more tacos for you.
Kelly Nielsen. And is it Nia?
Good evening, council members. I live in Councilor Tigan's ward, the Grant neighborhood. When I was in my early 20s, I lived in the salad bowl of the nation, the Pajaro Valley in California. I learned to drive in Bud Annals cauliflower fields. I passed by Green Giant on my way to work. And I even picked green beans in the fields for several weeks along with the farm workers. They outpaced me by about 4 or 5 times. They're professionals, and I have great respect for the work that they do. The big growers specifically wanted undocumented farm workers because they could be threatened with deportation and kicked around. When an immigration raid came through the community, the farm workers were swept up, but the executives and the foremen out in the field who had knowingly hired them were untouched. The farmers market, when the immigration raids came through, the small growers, the small businessmen, like we talked about earlier, would come in bleary-eyed, exhausted, sick from trying to work the fields themselves, and full of apologies because the tables were empty. Everybody got screwed by these little raids. Of course, the workers, I can't imagine what they went through. Us, we didn't get our vegetables, and the crops rotted in the fields, just like the soybeans are rotting in the fields right now in the South. Our food system is in serious trouble. Imagine this little microcosm at the farmer's market spread out over the entire country with food hard to get, with bread lines. Imagine it extrapolated out to construction, hospitality, healthcare, everywhere that undocumented people who can't get their documentation, no matter who offers to help, where they float us. Now, I don't want this to happen. When we're looking down the barrel of a disaster like this, think about it. Dictators around the world, Hungary, Russia, they use starvation, privation, and terror to break the backs of the people and make them easy to be ruled. If you admire that and you think that any part of the population needs to be broken and ruled, why are you up there? Instead, you should be doing everything you can to protect all of us. All of our, like they were at that farmer's market, all of our faiths are bound up together. If they are deported, we starve, our civilization is in threat. Do everything you can. Don't ask for permission. Don't whine if it's important. Just do it. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Nia, and I'm from Ward 5. First of all, I'd like to address that those white people that came up here and were saying all of that, that's the land what the U.S., this is a U.S. imperialist country made for you. That's why you're so comfortable here. That's why they have such the comfort. They don't live in fear. It's pure privilege. And I'm here proud, coming from an immigrant community. I'm proud, I'm here, and I want to say that the city has a lot of responsibility to keep all of their citizens, all their residents, all the community members, immigrants, everyone safe. It doesn't matter their background. They live in Salem, they contribute to economy, everything. You've heard these words 1,000 times. How many times do we have to repeat it? And each time I'm here wondering if it's because we're not white. We even have white people besides in solidarity, and yet it's the issue from the class that divides us. They probably have businesses, and to answer the guy's questions, who's going to pay for all those resources that we're asking for housing, for legal services? It's going to be the mega rich, the Amazon. It's going to be all those companies that are here taking resources that are exploiting the workers. And we're here and we're never leaving. And I'd like to say for the chat, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Jamás será vencido. This is the display of what community is. This is what our community is for. And we're here for everyone. So some of the demands as well is that we want the police to have a written public commitment that they will not write into the 287G program, regardless of sanctuary status law, training, and that they have training written protocols for local law enforcement that require ICE agents to identify themselves to police. Salem Police Report surveillance system that is being used by the Salem Police federal agents, ICE, DEA, and the FBI. Also, that the police enforce criminal and traffic violations against ICE. Also, the end of use of unmarked cars and undercover cars of Salem Police. Community members deserve to feel safe without fear of these vehicles being ICE. There's probably a little kid somewhere wondering, they're waking up in the morning, they're praying to God, asking God that their parents are not taken away. This cannot be the reality. This is the reality for so many people. And all of you guys need to take action. It's so important that you guys take action right now. And you guys demand that Salem is in a state of emergency and allocate those fundings from those big companies that are here. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back to finish public testimony. Okay. We'll pick up where we left off with public testimony. First.
Who's next?
Jeremy Robbins and Clifford Eiffel Rodriguez. Is Jeremy Robbins here? Okay, Jeremy Robbins and Clifford Eiffel Rodriguez. And then Erica V.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Hoy. My name is Clifford Eiffler Rodriguez. I live in Ward 7. I am coming here first to testify in support of Luce's demands of the City Council. For years, we've heard city councils say, especially when it comes to matters that involve federal whatever or state whatever, that your hands are tied. It's always about jurisdiction. We're calling here for action today. We're asking you to do something. There are defined things that have been asked, including that commitment for the Salem Police Department never to enter in that 287G contract. But more importantly, to enforce the rule of law. You guys fall over yourselves to enforce the rule of law when it comes to the houseless population. But you can't protect people in this community being attacked by people who don't identify themselves. So we don't even know that they're ICE. We just assume so. They come and they point their guns, they break windows, and our police officers can't do a thing. They leave broken windows all over our streets, vehicles all over our streets, and the police can't do nothing? I guarantee you if I pulled that same stuff, you would do something. The police would do something. So again, this shows the implicit bias, the implicit racism that the city government engages in. When we had right-wing extremists protesting, and it was just protesting, not violence, except for it was violence. It was violence on our community. We had that during the last Trump administration, and so we have to suffer that again. Violence in our community again. And the city can't do anything? That's a lie. You can do something. We're asking you to do something. Luce is asking you to do something. We can tax these big entities. We can fund this simple fund to help families who are in distress, who are in need, who are being kidnapped from our city. We can fund and help support those families in times of need and give them legal aid, render that legal aid. We can tax the Amazons. We can do all of those things. You just have to choose to do those things. Instead of being quiet, instead of just making it a jurisdictional issue. This is a time of fascism. There's no uncertain terms. We live in a fascist country. You know the reason I, as a Puerto Rican, do not need to show papers is because my country has been colonized for over 100 years. Folks, you can do something. I believe in you. People have voted believing in you. If you can't do it, we will find other people to do it. But come on, this is humanity. We can't let terror reign on our streets. That's wild. That's wild that you can actually believe you can't do anything about that. That's just wild to me.
Erica V, and then Julie Ray Joy.
Okay. Hello, my name is Erica Villa. I am 32 years old. I was born in Salem, Oregon. My dad crossed the border and he got papers when the amnesty gave papers back in the 80s. So if you all say do it the right way, he obviously did it the right way. Most of you are here and I want to be known not only for advocating mi gente, el pueblo. I want you to guys know that every person here keeps on saying that they're arresting criminals, that they are taking only the bad ones, yet people in the morning going to the gas station, people going to get grocery stores are being stopped, yet none of them had any criminal records. People that are detaining the people, like what happened to me on Tuesday 11 at 9 a.m., I was following what supposedly was an ICE agent car, which for me it seemed to be a bounty hunter. I was following them for about 10 minutes, and when I stopped them at a red light, I asked them for their badge. They never identified. The car plates belong to California. They have no DMV record. The car doesn't exist. So yeah, you guys make us pay stickers, make us pay for the plates, but here yet the ICE agents are doing it the wrong way. I'm here to advocate for the people. I am here, like I said, that day, when the video went viral, I said that they took my keys because the car was on drive, which was on park. The keys were in there. I had my emergency lights on. They also said that the reason why the guy pointed the rifle at me was because I intimidated him. I am a girl, 150 pounds, 5'3". I intimidated two people. You're telling me that I intimidated two people and they pointed a rifle 15 at me when I'm a U.S. citizen? I had all my rights. Rights Amendment number 1, 4, and 5, I've been violated. Also, during COVID-19, most of you said immigrants were essential. Are they not essential now? What's happening? Most of you go to the taco places. Most of you go to a lot of places where the community is Hispanic, Latino, and I don't see none of you doing anything. Why isn't Salem an emergency state? You know, like I said, I work Ubers the day that my keys were taken away. I had to go back home, and I couldn't work. I go to the state capitol. I go to a lot of places here in downtown, and I feed you all. Why? Because that's my job. I go get the food, and I give you guys food. Yet, this is how I get treated as a citizen. I don't think this is fair. I'm here to advocate, like I said. I'm here to talk for the people that can't talk. I'm here to represent them, because if no one does it, if none of you do anything, it's gonna happen, you know? Right now, I'm taking 2 families to their schools. A boy that's 2 years old, his father was detained during Tuesday the 11th. He has autism. I take him to school twice, from 9 to 12. I pick him up, because the mother, you know, she's scared that she's gonna get detained. I also take 3 other kids, elementary, middle school, and high school here in town. I live in Amsville. I have to come 3 days of the week to take the kids now, because the parents can obviously take them, they're scared. So what are you all doing? You know, when are you guys gonna advocate and stop, you know, all the raids that are happening? We need to do something. I know you all love tacos. I know you all like us. So why is nothing happening, you know? Like I said, I'm a citizen, and I think I am the last person maybe speaking, but I appreciate you all here, you know, staying late.
Erica, your time has expired.
And I hope you do something. I'm here for the people. Estamos aquí para el pueblo.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Ray Joy. I'm the founder of Black Joy Oregon, and I serve communities of color as a whole in all of your wards. I'm so glad to hear you say that you feel this way about our migrant community. I hope that the council votes in lockstep with that sentiment and agrees to do more than just talk or resolve. When I resolve to do something, I move. And as I have to say, as a person of color in this city and in this country that I love, the racism is fucking exhausting. I am exhausted. Your community is exhausted. For all of my nationalist neighbors claiming to live by the words of Christ, the words the foreigner or the immigrant are mentioned 92 times in the Bible, and not once does it mention dragging people out of their homes, dragging people out of their cars, traumatizing children, and traumatizing our community as a whole. Not once. It mentions a lot about love. It mentions a lot about welcoming. That I heard. Imagine us folks here that are folks of color that went outside, that were harassed by white nationalists, yelling about Jesus and having white babies, and that this is a Christian white country. Imagine that. Imagine how that feels. That is the type of hate that these policies bring into our communities. And the other thing about that is not everything that stands as law is correct. By that measurement, I would still be a slave. If we're looking at how to make things right or how to do it legally, stop making nonsense apples to oranges comparisons. There is no right way to protect your children. There is no right way to ensure the safety and prosperity of your family. I would crawl through hell to give my children what they need. And I think anyone in this room would do the same, including those who had the immense privilege to do it the right way. This administration and some community members in alignment with these values have ramped up rhetoric and violence against community members who believe that because their president is racist, that there are no longer real life consequences. At some point, community members will stop turning the other cheek. If we are forced to protect ourselves, we will. I've had people say they were going to call ICE on me, blatantly tell me they were racist, and I've dealt with racist violence in this community for a significant portion of my life. Racism is a disease. If you as leadership do not make this clear, that this behavior, no matter who it is, whether it's ICE, a community member, you are a part of the community safety problem.
All right, that concludes public testimony. We are moving on to item 5A. Item 5A. Councilor Nishioka?
Thank you. I move that the City Council adopt a statement reaffirming Salem as an inclusive and sanctuary city.
Second.
We have a motion by Nishioka, a second by Nordijk. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. We've heard a great deal of testimony here tonight, and I thank you all for coming. Even though some people said that that's a platitude, it is not. I want to tell you that I brought this motion forward in the timely manner that needed to be done so that we could hear from you. I too have been very angry and frustrated with what ICE is doing across our country. And I wanted us to talk about it here at Council so that we could hear you and we could hear each other. This is why I'm bringing it forward. And I want you to know that we may not be able to do all the things you ask, but I think that we will look at what we can do, and I do want to support you as a community. I thank you all.
Thank you, Councilor Nishioka. Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councilor Nishioka, I do want to say that I appreciate the thought behind your action and bringing the motion forward, so thank you. And the words I'm going to share, priority, they are addressed to my colleagues here, Madam City Manager and Mr. City Attorney, and of course to those individuals that are watching at home and those that are in this space. I think I'll start out with the biggest part of me. The biggest part of me is my faith. I am a person of faith, and I've been that way for quite a few years. And as a person of faith, I struggle. I struggle when I hear the things I've heard tonight, because I'm not exactly sure where to place them. And as a person of faith, I tend to believe that mercy is a good thing. Because had I not had mercy, I don't think I would be here. And let me go a little bit deeper. I do not understand those individuals who call themselves Christians, but yet they are okay with seeing families torn apart. I do not understand when folks who call themselves Christian are okay with seeing folks being snatched off the street with folks with a hood on. I struggle when the person who says they are a Christian are okay with that, when the Bible that they say they use and they read speaks profoundly about taking care of the least of these. And so I struggle. I struggle because I do not understand how those who call themselves Christian are okay with seeing the refugee or the illegal silenced. When the last time I checked, in the Bible, that those folks who call themselves Christian, there was a man by the name of Jesus Christ who gave a little sermon on the Mount, and he's the one that said, you know what? You need to look out for this community. The folks that are broken, the folks that are lost, the folks that are hurt, the folks that don't have a place to live. He said, look out for the motherless, the fatherless, the homeless, the poor. I'm just talking to you Christians, because that's what your Bible says. And then you have the audacity to take that very word and couch it in racist language. And then you have the audacity, Christians, to take that flag that I served and fought for in a war, and today my body is still going through the pain of it. But you Christians take that and you parade around as though you have the first and the last word to say. So I struggle with that message. And you cannot tell me that that's Jesus Christ, the man that I've come to know, to love, and to serve. You may serve a God, but it ain't Jesus. You may serve a God, little g. It ain't Jesus. And I'm going to take my time in saying this, because I listen to everybody else. I'm struggling, Madam Mayor, fellow councilors, because we are at a place of decision. And folks are looking at us because we're the smart people. We got more degrees on this stage than a thermostat. It's the truth. Yes, we do. Some smart people on this stage, qualified. And here we are at the crossroads. And so I'm a little bit ashamed. I'm ashamed that we've gotten to this place where we cannot find commonality. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed, Chief Gerboth, that we're comfortable with calling folks illegal when we got a 34-count felon in the Oval Office. Now, I know there's some people that don't like what I just said. And there may be some on this stage that don't like it. But you know it's true. You know it's true. I'm sitting here as a black man, and you know it's true. You know that people are suffering. You know their homes are being torn apart. You know their mamas and daddies are being snatched in the midnight hour. And the moment they're taken away, God forbid if they have medication. Because when they're taken away, how are they going to take care of themselves? They're snatched. They're gone. And some of us have the audacity to go to sleep at night and you feel okay. It must be rich to feel that way. It must be nice to be okay when you can go home. You can leave and go and feel okay with it. It must be nice to being able to kiss your children at night, knowing that some people can't. It must be rich to feel that way. And I'm going to say it, and I know people who are watching it don't like it. You know you're wrong. I'm talking to you Christians. You know you're wrong. And my hope and my prayer is that we got to do better than this. Mr. City Attorney, we are better than this. Madam City Manager, we are better than this. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. To get the dial moved, to get to a better place, Madam Governor has to be a part of this conversation. She has to be a part of this conversation. And not just her, but every elected official in this state. Now, we may not declare a state of emergency tonight, but I can tell you this. For folks who are black and brown, we live in a state of emergency. And I'm telling you that out of my heart. I don't have a speech to give to you because I believe that out of the abundance of a man's heart, he shall speak. I just don't know what happened to us. Where did the mercy go? Where did the love go? I just don't understand. And so I believe this. Thank you, Madam City Manager. I believe this. If folks who are in these elected positions, I've said it before and I'll say it again, if they're not doing the job they're supposed to be doing, they need a new job. And I'll be the first person to tell you, I will walk out of this seat in a heartbeat if I cannot help the folks in my community. And I'll tell you right now, I really feel like I cannot. I'm telling you, Councilor Gwen, I feel like I can't help people. And that's a hard place to be when you can't help somebody. And you know people just a few offices away, they got the power to do it. Madam Governor, those county commissioners, yep, they watching. It must be nice to have all that power, Director Bennett, and we still got families that are being ripped apart. It must be nice. It must be nice. So every person that hears me and hear me clearly, by myself I can do nothing. But when we are together, can you imagine the things that we can do and be? To those folks who live in this great city, especially in Ward 5, please forgive me. I apologize because I know I'm not doing enough. And God knows I wish I had the power to fix it all. Because Brother Man in the Hat, I would fix it in a heartbeat. I would make sure that every single person in this city, regardless if you're black, brown, regardless of how you speak and how you sound, I would want to make sure that you feel safe and that you can be respected and heard and seen. I wish I could make that change tonight God knows I wish I could. And when I think about elected officials, we have to do better. Because if we don't, it's not you we're hurting. We're hurting ourselves. And one day, especially those folks who call themselves Christians, you may feel okay today, but one day you will have to give an account for your actions. And to those folks who will discredit whatever it is that I'm saying to you, hear me loudly and hear me clearly. I serve and love the only reigning, ruling, and soon to be returning King, and his name is Jesus Christ. He is the King of all kings and the Lord of all lords. And even if you're not a person of faith, I still believe that as human beings, we can be better than this. Chief, we are better than this. We gotta be better than this. I yield the floor.
Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Brown. I want us to hurry up and make a decision on this motion because I will be bringing one after this to declare a state of emergency in the city of Salem.
Councilor Matthews.
Well, I'll be honest, I've lamented over this entire motion all weekend, and honestly not knowing what to do. And not because of what's in the motion. I think the motion makes sense. I think the part that I struggle with is that I see myself as a fairly pragmatic person. I think most of the things I vote on, you'll see are about finances, they're about the numbers. And the numbers wise, this does not seem to bode well for communities. And I say that because in April, the White House issued a policy. They named it Cracking Down on Sanctuary Cities. And that policy said that by May, they wanted DHS to have a list of all the sanctuary cities. Salem's not included on that list, but Portland is. Chicago is, New York, Louisville, Philadelphia, Denver, Seattle, many more. And since that list has come out, several of those communities have seen not just some ICE activity that has increased in their communities, but a 400% increase in their communities. That's my biggest fear with making any of these actions. These actions that, as Councilor Brown mentioned, are powerless, because that's really what they are. We can issue this and ultimately it will make really no difference because the state law is still in place and it's still what we will follow no matter what, whether it was in place or wasn't. But it will shine a spotlight on Salem, and it's my belief that it will increase ICE activity here. The policy that they put down in April says exactly that. It also says that they'll attempt to withhold federal dollars, which we have approximately $160 million federal dollars that we're expecting at this point. Most of that being with Shaw. I think over 100 million of that is projected with Shaw. These are huge problems. It's a tough position for me to be in because I don't want to show that I'm not sympathetic. I don't want to show that I don't care. But I also don't want to make things worse for the same community I'm trying to protect. And so I've lamented over this decision all weekend, gone back and forth 35 times. And yeah, honestly, even as we move into this, I still am going back and forth. I came into tonight thinking that I would be a no vote because I feel like it does more harm than it does good, because we still have the same protections already. But tonight has been, while exhausting, also eye-opening, and I don't want to discount that. So as I sit here, I'm still trying to decide in my own mind, is this really pragmatically make things better for the people and the residents in Salem. And I'm honestly not sold on the fact that it is at this point. So I don't know exactly how I'm going to be voting right now. I did, while I have the mic, want to ask a question, because one thing that did really resonate with me, I especially agree with the idea that we make every person here that has a car pay for their registered tags. I don't know what the rules are, and so it's kind of a question for the city attorney. What if a SPD officer pulls over an ICE vehicle with no license plate or expired tags? What is our responsibility? What can we do? Is that where is that at?
Thanks, Dan Atchison, City Attorney. Yeah, so the traffic laws apply to everyone equally. So yeah, if it's a violation, it's a violation, and we're able to enforce that.
So why aren't the cops doing anything with this fake cars? You know, that's my question as a citizen. Why aren't the cops doing anything?
I appreciate that, and I guess, I mean, I would say that just like anyone else that's in this community, if we aren't enforcing that law, which I'm not aware that we have any sort of policy that says that, and I don't even think we understand or know what is an ICE vehicle and isn't, and someone can tell me if I'm right or wrong on that, but we should absolutely be enforcing those.
Could we have a motion to add time for the meeting, please?
I move that we go until 11:15.
Okay. A second?
Second.
Motion by Nishioka, second by Gwynn. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Councilor Matthews, were you finished? Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay. Councilor, to your motion then?
So I think the only other thing that I would like to add is that Congress does have a bill in front of it called the Visible Act, and that's currently in a committee review. And if it were to pass both the House and the Senate, ICE agents would be required to remove their masks and show identification when operating in our communities. I hope this bill passes.
Councilor Barney.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of you for what you've said. Everything, Councilor Matthews, I've thought some of the same things you have about what happens to our community. But I believe it's worth standing up for our community and protecting people. I appreciate everyone coming down and speaking. I agree with you that this is an emergency, it's a crisis. These illegal kidnappings should not be happening, but they are. Due process matters, and it's not happening.
Those car plates need to be registered. We're paying taxes, we're paying stickers. They should be.
I agree that the terror needs to stop. And when it comes to the ICE agents and their impersonators, what was that term? The fascist bootlickers. I thought that was pretty good. Anyway, they promote hate and fear and terrorize and create division, destruction, violence against others. They have appalling destructive behavior, and they're cowards. They hide behind their makeshift masks. And this is real. It's domestic terrorism that's occurring. I agree that tonight's motion is not enough. But you know what? This council is not the most powerful people in this community. All of us are. And I have been buoyed up, inspired by all of you, because together we have much more power together. Whether it's taking collective action, because collective action is a powerful deterrent. Trying to think of what else I was going to say. Anyway, for me, Willing, I'm asking you to help us. I'm asking you to continue to organize. I offer to deliver groceries, take students to school, take people to doctor's appointments, but we need you to help us, taking the videos, speaking up. And lastly, for God's sakes, get out and vote. Yes. We need you. Thanks.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you again. Again, I brought this motion forward so that we could talk about this as a council. And that was what my motive was. And it gave all of us the opportunities to make some really credible points and hear each other. And I think that this is very important for us as a group. So I, again, agree that this may not be a motion that gives all that we might want, but it was the beginning of what we needed to be talking about. And it gave us all the opportunity to express our own concerns and individual thoughts. And I truly appreciate that. And I appreciate, again, all of you that provided testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Vang, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Nishioka, thank you for bringing this motion. It might not be enough, and it is not, but it is the first step, so I appreciate it. Thank you. I am a product of my community. We heard a lot of testimony of our farm workers, and for those of my constituents who do not know, both my mother and my father are farm workers. I am a community from my refugee background and of my BIPOC community. And so as ICE activities continue to increase and escalate, my community is living in fear, and I live in fear, as noted by the public comments tonight. And it is also no surprise that ICE has focused its activities in my part of town, in Northeast Salem, which just so happens to be where our BIPOC community lives, where our Hispanic community has called home, where our Asian community has settled. And so, as their counselor, as your counselor, I uphold the responsibility of our sanctuary laws very seriously. And I look forward to the vote on this motion and look forward to further discussions with Councilor Nordijk's emergency motion. Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nordijk.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Nay.
Councilor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Councilor Nordijk, did you have something?
I did. First, I moved to direct the Human Rights Commission and city staff to prepare a Know Your Rights forum for residents affected by ICE activity. And I further moved to direct the city manager to issue an order declaring a state of emergency in Salem due to ICE activity.
Second.
We have a motion by Nordijk and a second from Tigan. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank the courage of everyone who came here tonight. You spoke your truths tonight. You came forward even though you put yourselves at risk doing so. We heard about the commotion that happened outside those doors. And even though I didn't observe it myself, I'm not surprised, because terror is one of the tools that ICE and their supporters use to try and frighten people away from their schools, their jobs, or even coming to a council to exercise their right of speech, of freedom of speech. Tools of intimidation is their bread and butter. What we heard from our testimony tonight demonstrates a true need for a state of emergency in our city. We heard testimony from, I lost count of how many people who testified tonight, but it was 60, 70 people tonight? More? We heard testimony that kids are not coming to school. We heard that parents are afraid to drop their kids off. We heard that people are afraid to show up to work. We heard that people are tired of the lawlessness that is demonstrated by ICE. We hear of them breaking our laws with impunity. They can smash all the windows they like. They can pull people over whether they have cause to do so or not. They think they are above the law, and people are tired of it. And what do you do when people come into your town on a campaign of intimidation, racism, and lawlessness? You declare a state of emergency. So, the people who came here tonight are here to stand up for working people. That's what you told us over and over again. The people who came here tonight are the ones who are standing up for businesses proudly owned by our communities of color. The people who came here tonight are standing up for our children to have the same opportunity of education as I had when I was in the Salem Kaiser Public Schools. The people who came here tonight want justice and fairness. They want ICE to be subject to the same laws as you and I. They want them to follow the rules that you and I follow. Is that asking too much? It is not. But now that over 24 people that we know of have been taken by ICE, and who knows, perhaps they took more today that I just haven't heard of yet. It is time for a state of emergency. And as I said, I don't want to overlook the first part of my motion. Our Human Rights Commission is well equipped to host a Know Your Rights forum in Spanish and English, and I would like them to do so as soon as possible. And I know that even when it comes, like a forum like that could be very tempting for an ICE person to come to. Very tempting indeed. So I want our staff to work very thoughtfully with our Human Rights Commission to ensure the safety of people who just want to know what their rights are. All I want us to do is to share information, let people know what resources are out there and how people can help. Like Councilor Varney said, I would like everyone in our city to know how to help families impacted by having a loved one snatched away from them. In terms of what the state of emergency will look like, I am directing our city manager to work on that. And I was doing some research on my laptop tonight, and I liked the Hillsborough one. Several people who testified mentioned the Hillsborough state of emergency. I think that would be a good starting point. So I recognize this as the start of a conversation, and to me, I see this as Salem's wake-up call. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. But guess what? Everyone who testified tonight has been paying attention. And what you have done is you have shared your truths with all of us and with all of Salem. And again, remember, everything that we say will be available closed captioning and in Espanol. And so I welcome your feedback. I suspect that this declaration of a state of emergency will not be perfect. I will recognize that right now. But I urge my peers on council that this is our opportunity to address the lawlessness that has been happening on our watch. and to show our community that we are truly here to support everyone. Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councilor Nordyke, I appreciate you bringing the motion forward, and I will be in support of it. And I do want to say to the folks that are here, because obviously you can tell I'm not ashamed to talk. I do want to say something that is really, really troubling. And I alluded to it earlier. The folks who are on our street, you know, snatching parents, kids, grandparents, they are hooded. As a black man that grew up in Louisiana, come from two parents that worked their butts off to make sure their kids got what they didn't get, and to have a dad, Mr. Frank Brown, who's still here, who worked his butt off to make sure that I could be here, who only has a 6th grade education, and look at his son. My parents did a lot for me, and they still do. But when I was around 7 or 8, my dad gave me the talk when it came to how to behave if I were ever confronted with police officers. And the talk that he gave me, sociologists today will call it racial socialization. Mr. Frank Brown would call it survival. When people on our streets are hooded, and I'm going to say exactly what you're thinking, when you have folks on the street that are hooded, that is a complete comparison to the KKK. And I'm going to go one step further. When you do the history, when you look at the history of the state of Oregon, our history isn't pretty. We know we had sundown laws. We know that. We know we had governors, 5, 6 governors ago, whose campaigns were funded by that entity. We know that. And so when it's time for us to think about what a state of emergency will be like, and Councilor Nordyke, I'm with you 100%. My plea tonight goes out again to the governor. And for those folks who want to run for governor, because if you want to run for governor, if you can't stand up for everybody, then you don't need to run to be a governor. And before I take it back, I'll add more to it. Because you need folks that can see everybody. Councilor Tigan, that's what we need. We need folks that can see everybody. And it breaks my heart when we only see a few people. Last night, I spent over an hour with a Spanish-speaking family in good old Northeast Salem. In this family, he had 2 daughters, and he's a business owner. And they were working, and we just had a great conversation, and they were interpreting for me to make sure their dad understood what I was saying. And you know what those 2 young ladies told me? They told me that they were afraid that their mom and dad were going to be taken. And where would they be? I didn't have an answer for them. Councilor Bourne, I don't have an answer for them. They're looking to me to help them, and I feel helpless. So when I think about the state of emergency, and I know we all may not agree with it, I just hope that one day, if not too soon from here, that we could just do just a little bit better. That when we say the words inclusive, I hope we really mean it. And let me say this, because if I don't say it, I know somebody's going to say, well, there he goes again. It is about public safety. I'm a big talker when it comes to public safety. As your CFO, I'm a big talker when it comes to public safety. And I appreciate the folks that are in the uniform with their badge, because my brother's a police officer. But I can tell you right now, I don't always feel safe. And it's hard for you to be you in a city that we say that we want to be safe, clean, and livable. It's ironic, but that's what we say. We want our city to be safe, clean, and livable. And I agree. Somebody said this tonight. Somebody said that, you know, their presence here is an inconvenience. And that broke my heart when they said that, because that's how they feel. And Madam City Manager, you know I have a great respect for you. And I do believe that with your leadership, I believe that we're going to get through this. We just got to be sure that we answer the question. When we say we want the city of Salem, shalom, peace, when we want this city to be safe and clean and livable, we have to ask ourselves the hard question, for who? Hold up. Because once we answer that question, I think then good work can happen. I yield the floor.
I'll make a motion to extend time to 11:30.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Tigan and a second by Nishioka. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Anyone else? Comment? Councilor Matthews?
Okay, so, and I guess this is for the city attorney or the city manager. So with the state of emergency, can you explain to me what that means, what that does? How does that change the outcomes?
So I want to talk a little bit procedurally about how that would happen. Under our code, we can declare a state of emergency two different ways. One, the city manager can pass an order essentially that declares it, and that would come back to council for council to ratify it, or council can go ahead and declare it. The motion, as I worked with Councilor Nordyke, was to have the city manager promulgate that order, and then it would come back to council probably on December 1st. As we're talking here, I'm thinking council might want to weigh in on what that declaration says, as opposed to the city manager just drafting it. So my suggestion would be that if the motion passes, we would go ahead and prepare that declaration for council to consider on the 1st. That would delay the declaration of a state of emergency until the 1st, but it would give council an opportunity to weigh in on that. As far as what the declaration would do, I've looked at Washington counties, I've looked at Hillsborough's, I've looked at Woodburn's. It does some of the things that were talked about tonight as far as advocating for the Visible Act and other federal legislation. It has the city perform training for employees so they understand what Oregon sanctuary law does. Essentially, there's a lot of administrative functions. Nothing in there would require the declaration of an emergency. Those are all things we can do without an emergency declaration, but I understand the intent behind the motion. That's essentially what it would do.
Can I ask another question, Mayor? Mm-hmm. So with that, so you mentioned it can help with training the staff. I think I saw an email go out today that was something we're already doing. Is that right? When it comes to sanctuary law?
Councillor, you are correct. I have already directed staff this morning to give access to training on the sanctuary law, and so we'll be kind of executing that pretty soon.
Okay, so it in some way prevents ICE from coming into Salem then, is that correct? That's a facetious question because the answer is no, right? It doesn't prevent ICE from coming into Salem. It in some way allows us to protect the citizens in some way from ICE. Is that right?
So Oregon sanctuary law prohibits local jurisdictions from assisting ICE by using personnel, resources, or money. We're prohibited from enforcing federal immigration law or assisting federal agencies from doing it.
Right. No, my question is the state of emergency. Does it allow us to do anything above what the state law already says we're able to do?
It's different things aside from state law as far as having us advocate and having us provide training, having us reach out to the community to provide support, but it's not a legally binding thing where it provides any additional protection beyond what state law does.
Is there any fear from city administration that this will shine a spotlight on Salem as a place that would increase ICE activity?
I think that spotlight's shine pretty brightly on Oregon. I understand the concern, and it's certainly possible.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Seriously, none of you know how to control ICE.
I want to commend council for coming together on a very difficult topic. We don't get to talk about these things outside of these meetings, and this is a very complex issue. And yet here we are navigating this in front of everyone, and it is not particularly comfortable or easy.
Girl, I'm uncomfortable every fucking day. You can be uncomfortable for a few fucking hours.
If we have to stay till 2, I'll stay here.
Exactly.
I've been raising money to feed families. I've been raising money to pay rent.
Does anyone have any other questions? Councilor Matthews, go right ahead.
I'll just say this last thing. I think as far as the motion goes, I think the first part for me makes complete sense. I think the Human Rights Commission should absolutely, with expedited urgency, do a training. I think that makes complete sense. Again, for the same reason I had concerns about the other one, I think this just shines the spotlight directly on the capital city of Oregon, making us a bigger target than Woodburn, who has 3.5 times the amount of minorities in our community, and yet has had less arrests. I think there's something to say about that, and the fact that Woodburn has made a declaration and they've had more arrests and they have 3.5 times less minorities. That seems a little questionable to me. Portland's seen massive increase. It just seems to me like we are inviting a beacon right here on Salem when we're doing these things, and they don't increase any type of power. We're already doing the trainings. I didn't hear anything from the sanctuary law that provides us any additional protections. Sorry, not the sanctuary, but the state of emergency. And so, to me, it just seems like we are doubling down on challenging ICE to be more active in our community and affecting more individuals in our community.
Councilor Nordyke, if you don't mind, would you like to share what it is you hope this declaration to achieve?
Well, as I said, I referenced the Hillsborough declaration of emergency. I thought that was a good start. So the intention of directing our city manager is to bring it back so that you and everyone on council will have an opportunity to look at every section of it. And it talks about a variety of things, such as working with community partners, doing trainings inside and out, and looking at legislation. It's a very lengthy declaration. And so I don't expect you to review all of that tonight at 11:21 at night. But this is to start the process that we should have started a long time ago. And by the way, ICE is already here. ICE is already targeted Salem. So I'm not worried about them now targeting us. They are targeting us. And the federal administration has already threatened to cut off hundreds of millions of dollars to the state of Oregon for Medicaid. They disrupted food stamps. Oregon is already being punished for being a sanctuary state and for being a state that wants to be inclusive and welcoming to all. So I don't think that this is where trying to hide will do us any good. There is no hiding, and that is not how our council should lead. Our council should lead with courage, and that's what I'm asking for. So all I'm asking you to do is to join me in directing our city manager to draft a declaration of emergency, a state of emergency, that'll be brought back to council when all of us will have had an opportunity to review it and reflect on it. And in the time, if there are things that you want to see, you should reach out to Krishna and tell her what you think is absolutely essential to include in that. But that's why I referenced the Hillsborough one specifically. You can Google it. I Googled it tonight. And so that is why I'm bringing this motion. And I look forward to further discussion. I hope this motion passes so that we can have a conversation as a council. Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councilor Nordyke, I appreciate that, and I do, you don't need another second, but I do second what you just said. In regards to having more discussion and talking about it, my question is, for us, does that conversation, will that be the next city council, or do we have to figure out how to have a work session to go deeper in the conversation, the work that we need to do?
The city attorney mentioned bringing it back for the December 1 meeting, I believe.
Was that correct, Mr. City Attorney? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Yes, Councilor Gwynn.
Councilor Nordyke, I truly appreciate the motion. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this doesn't change anything. Declaring an emergency, it doesn't change the policy, it doesn't change the law. And my fear is it gives a sense of protection to people that can't be protected by this emergency declaration.
So Chicago did it and you guys can't do it. This is what you're telling me. Chicago and some other states have done it, but Oregon.
Anyone else have any comment or questions? Councilor Barney.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say thank you for the motion. I realize that an emergency declaration can't move the mountains that we would like to, but I feel it's important to make the statement. You know, our state of Oregon stepped up to show that they would support Oregonians when our federal government wouldn't. And I feel that as the capital of our state, we need to set the example.
Anything further? Okay, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tagan?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Nay.
Councilor Gwynn?
Nay.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Nay.
Mayor, we should probably add at least 10 more minutes to the clock.
Thank you, Councilor Nishioka. Would you make a motion, please?
I move that we go till 11:45, just in case.
Second.
Motion by Nishioka, a second by Tigan. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to information reports. We have item 6A, a safe, clean, and healthy Salem update. 6B, notice of proposed administrative rulemaking for Minto Island Conservation Area restriction for events. Item 6C, announcing mayoral reappointments to the Airport Advisory Commission, Historic Landmarks Commission, and Human Rights Commission. And item 6D, Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission Strategic Operations Plan Update. Item 6E, city policy and practice regarding federal immigration enforcement. Item 6F, purchases approved administratively from October 1st, 2025 through October 31st, 2025. We have no ordinances, no first readings, no second readings. We do have a few people signed up for public comment. Is the list available? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I think everyone signed up under item 2. We don't have the page for item 8. So did you have anything?
I have a photo of item 8. It was Jen Hernandez. Did they already speak?
What was the name?
Jen Hernandez, Carmen Santo, and Karen Bellinger.
Okay, I know that Jen and Carmen are no longer here, and Karen Bellinger spoke earlier, so I think we're all done for tonight. We are adjourned.